Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see what if Naruto replaced Ainz and Overlord and his guardians all fell for him. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now let's start the story. Chapter 1. The wrong god woke up. So this is how it ends, huh? Naruto Uzumaki sat alone in the throne room of Nazarick, watching the countdown timer tick toward 0. His fingers drummed against the armrest of a throne that didn't belong to him, in a body that felt wrong in ways he couldn't quite name. 3 minutes left. The guild members had logged off one by one over the past year. Touch Me, who'd founded this whole crazy thing. Albert, with his Chiyuni speeches about embracing evil. Perorancino, who'd spent way too much time on his sister NPC's design. Bukabu Kagama, who'd smacked her brother for exactly that reason. 41 supreme beings, each leaving behind creations and memories and empty spaces. Now only Mamanga remained, the guild leader, the skeleton in the fancy robes, the loneliest player in Yggdrasil. 2 minutes. I should have done more, Mamanga muttered, his skeletal jaw not quite matching his words. The emotion suppression kicked in, flattening his rising grief into something manageable. I should have, I don't know, begged them to stay? Thrown more parties? Made the guild more fun? Nobody answered. The NPCs stood frozen at their designated positions, beautiful statues waiting for a server that would never wake them up. 1 minute. Mamanga rose from the throne and walked toward Albedo, the guardian overseer. Her creator Tabula Smaragdina had designed her with obsessive attention to detail. The black wings, the golden eyes, the horns curving elegantly from her head. She was perfect. She was empty. She was about to stop existing entirely. You know what? Screw it. He opened her settings, scrolling to her personality description. Tabula had written pages and pages of elaborate backstory, but right there near the end, she is also a slut. Mamanga deleted the line. His fingers hovered over the keyboard. She is deeply in love with Mamanga. Petty? Maybe. Pathetic? Definitely. But nobody would ever know, and in 30 seconds none of this would matter anyway. 20 seconds. He returned to the throne, settling back into his seat. The staff of Ainz' ul gown rested against his side, its divine-class gems pulsing with power that would soon be nothing more than deleted data. 10 seconds. Thank you, Mamanga said quietly. All of you, for the memories, for the adventures, for giving a lonely salaryman somewhere to belong. 5 seconds. I guess this is... The world ripped apart. Naruto Uzumaki slammed back into consciousnkness like he'd been punched by Sasuke's Chidori. Except the punch was happening to his entire soul, and also reality was screaming. What the hell? He jackknifed upright, immediately regretting the motion when vertigo tried to murder him. His hands flew to his chest, skin, not bone. To his face, nose, cheeks, actual lips that moved when he spoke. To his stomach, the seal was gone. Kurama? Silence. The vast presence that had lived inside him for decades wasn't there. The warmth of the Nine Tails, the constant background grumbling, the power that had become as natural as breathing, all of it just missing. But no. Wait, not missing. Different. Naruto closed his eyes and reached inward, finding chakra pathways that still existed, still hummed with energy. The power was there. All of it was there, Kurama's chakra, the gifts from the other tailed beasts, his sage mode connection, even the remnants of Six Paths power. Everything had been absorbed, integrated. He couldn't find Kurama's consciousness, but the fox's strength ran through every cell of his body. Okay, he breathed. Okay, not dead. Probably. Power's still here. Kurama's. We'll figure that out. First things first. Where the hell am I? He opened his eyes and actually looked around. The throne room stretched out before him, massive and gothic and absolutely dripping with evil aesthetic. Huge pillars carved with demonic figures. Banners displaying a symbol he didn't recognize. Floating magical lights casting everything in dramatic shadows. And at the base of the stairs leading up to his throne, 8 figures stood in perfect formation, heads bowed in absolute submission. We greet the Supreme Being, they spoke in unified chorus. Lord Mamanga, ruler of the great tomb of Nazarick, master of death and king of the 41 supreme beings. We, your loyal servants, await your commands. Naruto stared at them. They stared at the floor. Run that by me again? The figure at the front raised her head. Naruto's brain short-circuited a little because holy crap, she was gorgeous in that terrifying, definitely a demon kind of way. Black hair, golden eyes, curved horns, wings folded elegantly behind her back. Her white dress did absolutely nothing to hide her figure, and her smile could have melted steel or frozen blood, depending on her mood. My lord, her voice carried concern. Is something wrong? If any of us have displeased you... Whoa, whoa, whoa! Naruto held up his hands. Nobody's displeased me. I'm confused. Really, really confused. Let's start simple. Who are you? The beautiful demon woman's eyes widened. The other figures stirred, exchanging glances Naruto couldn't read. My lord, I am Albedo, guardian overseer of the great tomb of Nazarick. You created me. I definitely didn't. You wrote my very existence into being. Every aspect of my personality, my abilities, my purpose, all gifts from your divine hands. Albedo's voice trembled with emotion. Have I done something to be forgotten? Please, tell me how I have failed you, and I will correct it immediately. I will remake myself entirely if that is your wish. Just please don't forget me. Naruto saw her hands shaking, saw the genuine terror behind her golden eyes. Not fear of punishment, but fear of being erased from someone's memory, of not matching. He knew that fear. He'd lived with it for his entire childhood. Hey! He stood up from the throne and walked down the stairs. The other figures tensed like he'd drawn a weapon, but Naruto ignored them, crossing straight to Albedo and stopping in front of her. Look at me. She raised her eyes, and he saw tears threatening to fall. I'm not going to forget you, Naruto said firmly. I don't know what's going on, and I'm pretty sure I'm not who you think I am, but I can promise you one thing. I don't abandon people. Ever. Got it? Albedo stared at him like he'd just spoken a foreign language. Then her cheeks flushed deep crimson, and Naruto realized he might have made some kind of mistake. My lord, she breathed. Such kind words. I am unworthy. But I swear on my very existence, I will never leave your side. You have claimed me with your grace, and I am yours. Forever. Completely. In every possible way. Okay. That's getting weird. Naruto stepped back quickly. Let's pump the brakes. Everyone. He looked at the assembled figures. Introduce yourselves. Names only for now. We'll figure out the rest later. The introductions came quickly, each guardian stating their name with varying degrees of reverence. Shaltir Bloodfallen, a silver-haired vampire who looked 14 but radiated ancient hunger. Her crimson eyes tracked Naruto's movements like a predator watching prey, except the hunger there wasn't just for blood. Mare Bellofiori, a small dark elf girl, no boy? The outfit was confusing, who stammered through the introduction with cheeks burning red. Every time Naruto glanced at Mare, she squeaked and hid behind a massive wooden staff. Ora Bellofiora, Mare's twin, completely opposite in demeanor. She grinned up at Naruto with boundless energy, already bouncing on her heels like she wanted to race him somewhere. Cositus, a massive insectoid warrior encased in frost, his 4 arms clasped in formal respect. His voice clicked and chittered, but the meaning came through clearly. Absolute loyalty. Demiurge, a demon in a sharp suit, spectacles glinting as he observed Naruto with calculating interest. Something about his smile made Naruto's gut twist with unease. Sebastian, an elderly butler with impeccable posture and kind eyes. He felt the most normal, which probably meant he was the most dangerous. Finally, a maid with dark hair and cold beauty stepped forward. I am Narberal Gamma of the Pleiades Combat Maids. I serve the Supreme Being directly. Right? Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. Okay, here's the situation. I don't know how I got here, I don't know where here even is, and I'm definitely not the manga guy you're expecting. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and impossible. Shaltier's screech cut through the throne room. The vampire shot forward, closing the distance in a blur that would have impressed most ninja. Her fingers hooked into claws, aimed directly at Naruto's throat. You dare impersonate the Supreme Being? I'll drain every drop of your blood for this blasphemy. Naruto didn't think. Instinct honed through decades of combat moved his body before conscious thought caught up. His hand caught Shaltier's wrist. He pivoted, using her momentum to spin her around. His other arm wrapped around her waist, pinning her against his chest with her arms trapped. The entire motion took less than a second. Shaltier froze, suddenly very aware of her position. Naruto's breath was warm against her ear. His grip was gentle but absolutely unbreakable. And his chest, pressed against her back, was definitely not skeletal. I get it, Naruto said calmly. Someone claims to be your master but says they're not actually your master. That's confusing. That's scary. You're trying to protect the person you care about. I respect that. He released her, stepping back and raising his hands peacefully. But I'm not here to hurt anyone. I don't know what happened to Momonga, and I'm sorry I'm not him. I know that's probably not what you want to hear, but attacking me won't bring him back, and it definitely won't help us figure out what's going on. Shaltier stood frozen, one hand pressed against her chest where her dead heart had suddenly, inexplicably, started to flutter. Your blood, she whispered. So warm. The heartbeat, I could hear it. So loud. So alive. Yeah, I'm definitely not undead. Which is weird considering the body I apparently took over was supposed to be a skeleton. Look, can someone explain what Nazarick actually is? And who Momonga was? I need information to work with here. Albedo collected herself first, physically stepping between Naruto and Shaltier with a glare that promised violence later. The Great Tomb of Nazarick is the domain of the 41 Supreme Beings, the greatest guild in all of Yggdrasil. Our creators, our gods. Her voice softened, but over time, the Supreme Beings departed one by one, until only Lord Momonga remained. He alone stayed faithful. He alone refused to abandon us. And then the world ended, Demiurge continued smoothly. The moment of transition, what we now understand was the death of Yggdrasil and our awakening into the new world. At that exact instant, Lord Momonga's form changed. His skeletal appearance became this. He gestured at Naruto with a slight bow. We do not claim to understand divine mechanics, Supreme One. Perhaps this transformation is simply another aspect of your limitless nature. Naruto frowned. So you think I'm still Momonga? Just different? You possess his throne, his position, his authority over us. Albedo's eyes never left his face. Whatever form you take, you are our master. Nothing else matters. See, that's the thing. Naruto started pacing, a habit from his Hokage days when working through problems. I have my own memories, my own history. I was the 7th Hokage of Konohagakure, that's a village. I fought in wars, made friends, had a family. I remember dying. Old age, surrounded by people I loved. And then I woke up here. 2 souls. Cositus's clicking voice carried genuine curiosity. 1. Body. 2. Spirits. Maybe? I don't feel Momonga in here. Just me. But his power. Naruto looked down at his hands. He could feel something beyond his chakra. Magic. Spells. Abilities that didn't come from training or bloodlines. Just knowledge that existed in his mind like it had always been there. I can access things I never learned. Magic from this Yggdrasil place. It's all just in my head. Then you have inherited the Supreme Being's divine legacy. Demiurge's smile widened. How fascinating. A soul chosen to carry Lord Momonga's will into the new world. Perhaps this was always the intended design. Naruto didn't like how eagerly the demon accepted that explanation. It felt too convenient, too smooth. But he didn't have enough information to push back. All right, let's say I'm here now and I have Momonga's power. What was he planning to do with Nazarick? Spread the glory of the guild across the new world, Albedo answered immediately. Demonstrate the supreme might of Ainz Ulgaun. Make all nations kneel before our power and worship the supreme beings as the gods they are. So world domination. Naturally. Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose. Yeah, that's not happening. The temperature in the room dropped. My lord. Albedo's voice carried a dangerous edge. Surely you don't mean... I've seen what conquest does to people. The hatred it breeds. The cycles of revenge that never end. I spent my whole life fighting against that kind of thinking. Naruto met her eyes directly. I'm not saying Nazarick shouldn't be powerful. I'm not saying we should hide. But crushing people under our boots just because we can? That's not strength. That's fear. With respect, Lord. Naruto, Demiurge cut in. The creatures of this world are insects compared to us. Their opinions matter no more than a human cares about the feelings of ants. Then you've never met the right ants. Naruto's voice went cold. I've watched weak people do incredible things. I've seen the strongest ninjas fall to determination and heart. Power isn't everything, and the second you believe it is, you've already lost. Silence stretched through the throne room. Seabass was the first to bow his head. If I may, my lords and ladies, what the Supreme One describes sounds rather like righteousness, like justice, like protecting the weak rather than destroying them. Seabass, Albedo hissed. I speak only truth, and truth is never an insult to a worthy master. The butler's eyes met Naruto's, and something passed between them. Recognition, maybe, shared values. I believe, Lord Naruto, that your vision may differ from what we expected. But that does not make it lesser. It simply makes it different. I don't need everyone to agree with me right now. Naruto moved back toward the throne, not to sit, but to lean against its armrest casually. We've got time to figure things out, but I want to know one thing from all of you, and I want honest answers. He looked at each guardian in turn. What do you actually want? Not what you were made for. Not what you think you should want. What do you want? The question hit like a physical blow. Aura's bounce stuttered. Mare's eyes went huge. Cositus went completely still. Demiurge's smile flickered. Albedo's confident expression cracked. Shaltir recovered first. Want? We want to serve the Supreme Being. That is our purpose. Our joy. Our everything. That's not what I asked. Naruto pushed off from the throne and walked down the stairs again. Purpose is what you were made for. Wanting is what you choose. They're not the same thing. So I'll ask again. Shaltir, right? Why yes. If you could have anything in the world, just for yourself, what would it be? Shaltir's mouth opened, closed, opened again. Her brow furrowed with something almost like pain. I don't know. That's okay. Naruto smiled at her, and Shaltir's dead heart lurched again. Figuring it out is part of being alive. You've got time. He moved to the next guardian. What about you, Mare? Me? The small dark elf nearly dropped his staff. No rush. Take a breath. Mare sucked in air, hands trembling around his weapon. His eyes squeezed shut. I want to not be scared all the time, he whispered. When I have to do things, talk to people, fight, I'm always so scared. And I try to be brave like my sister, but I'm not. I'm just pretending. And, hey! Naruto's hand rested gently on Mare's shoulder. Being scared and doing things anyway? That is brave. That's the bravest thing there is. You're not pretending, Mare. You're stronger than you know. Mare's eyes snapped open, flooding with tears. He tried to speak, failed, and instead just stood there trembling while something fundamental shifted in his chest. Naruto moved on to Aura, who was watching him with an expression he couldn't quite read. What about you? I want to run, she said immediately. Forever. With my beasts. Through forests that never end. I want to find the fastest thing in the world and race it and win. Now that's a want. Naruto grinned at her. Tell you what. Once we figure out our situation, you and I are racing. Fair warning though. I'm pretty fast. Aura's eyes lit up like stars. You're on. Cocytus stepped forward before Naruto could address him. I want. Worthy. Battle. An enemy. Who challenges me. Truly. Not insects. To crush. But warrior. To respect. Then I hope you find one. Or make one. Naruto nodded at the insectoid guardian. There's honor in you, Cocytus. I can see it. Don't let anyone tell you that's weakness. I would never. Lord Naruto. Demiurge spoke next, adjusting his spectacles. My desires are more complex, Supreme One. I wish to create something perfect. A plan so intricate, so flawless, that even other supreme intelligences would marvel at its design. Satisfaction through ultimate competence. Nothing wrong with wanting to be good at what you do. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. As long as what you do doesn't crush people who don't deserve it. Naturally, Demiurge's smile was perfectly controlled. I serve at the Supreme Being's pleasure. Seabass bowed before being asked. I wish to protect the innocent, Lord Naruto. It is not a common sentiment in Nazarick, I am aware. But I cannot change what I feel is right. Don't ever change that. Naruto clasped the butler's shoulder. We need more people like you, here and everywhere else. 2 guardians remained. Naruto turned to Albedo, whose composure had been deteriorating with every kind word he gave the others. Albedo, I want. She stepped forward, golden eyes blazing. I want you, Lord Naruto. Not just your service. Not just your presence. I want your heart, your soul, your everything. I want to be the one you turn to, the one you trust, the one you love. I want to matter to you more than anything else in existence. The confession hung in the air, raw and desperate and far too intense for a first meeting. That's a big ask. Naruto didn't step back, but his expression grew serious. I don't know you yet, Albedo. Any of you. You can't really love someone you don't know? Can you? I know everything about you. Your favorite foods, your sleeping habits, the way you know Momonga. Whoever he was, whatever he did. But I'm not him. Naruto's voice gentled. Give me a chance to be Naruto. Learn who I am, not who you expected. And if you still feel that way after actually knowing me, well, we'll talk about it then. Albedo's expression cycled through frustration, confusion, hurt, and finally, something almost like hope. You're not rejecting me? I'm saying we should start from the beginning. Build something real. Doesn't that sound better than loving a memory? Before Albedo could respond, Naruto turned to Narbril. Last one. What do you want? The combat maid's expression was ice. I want humans to recognize their inferiority. To kneel before Nazarick's might. To know their place as the worms they are. Well, that's not happening. Naruto didn't flinch at her glare. But I'm guessing there's a reason you feel that way. We can talk about it sometime if you want. No judgment. Narbril blinked. No judgment? My lord. I just expressed a desire completely opposed to your stated values. And you wish to discuss it. Understanding comes before change. How am I supposed to help you grow if I don't know where you're starting from? Naruto shrugged. Besides, I've met a lot of people who hated my guts at first. Most of them came around eventually. I've got patience. The maid stared at him like he'd grown a second head. A sudden tremor ran through the tomb, subtle but unmistakable. Naruto's body tensed immediately, instincts screaming alerts. What was that? Demiurge's expression sharpened. Unknown, Supreme One. But I felt it too. Something stirred, deep in the lower floors. Something woke up? Aura's beast-tamer senses were prickling. I've never felt that before. It was wrong. Like the tomb was dreaming and just had a nightmare. Investigate later. Contain now. Naruto's voice snapped into command mode. The same tone he'd used as Hokage when threats emerged. Demiurge, Cocytus, seal off the lower floors. Nothing comes up without inspection. Aura, send scouts, your quietest beasts. Eyes only, no engagement. Seabass, check on the servants. Make sure everyone's accounted for. The guardians moved before consciously deciding to obey. His authority felt natural, right? Real. Albedo remained at his side. And what will you do, Lord Naruto? I need to see this world. Understand what we're dealing with. He walked toward the throne room's massive doors. There's a village nearby, right? Human settlement. Karn village. Hardly worth mention. Then I'm starting there. My lord. Albedo rushed to catch up. You can't simply walk into a human village. The risks. What risks? You said we're the strongest things in this world. Naruto's grin was pure fox. Besides, I'm not going to conquer people I've never met. Gotta know them first. See how they live. What they need. But humans are people, Albedo. Just like us. Different circumstances, different abilities, but people all the same. He stopped at the doors, looking back at her. Come with me if you want. See what I see. Maybe you'll understand why I feel the way I do. Albedo's face contorted through visible internal conflict. Her programming screamed about disgusting lower life forms. But her heart, or whatever passed for one in her demon physiology, wanted to follow him anywhere. Very well. She lifted her chin. I will accompany you, to ensure your safety. Sure. Let's go with that. Karn village came into view just as the sun started dipping toward the horizon, painting the sky in oranges and reds that reminded Naruto of home. The little farming community couldn't have held more than 100 people. Tiny houses clustered around communal wells, fields stretching out in neat rows, livestock lowing in their pens. It's so small, Albedo murmured. How do they survive? One competent monster could destroy everything. That's why they stick together. Naruto watched a young girl chase a chicken across the village square, shrieking with laughter. Community. They protect each other. But they're so weak. Physically, sure. But there are other kinds of strength. Before Naruto could elaborate, screams split the evening air. His body moved instantly, closing the distance to the village in a burst of pure speed that left Albedo scrambling to catch up. What he found made his blood boil. Soldiers in gleaming armor surrounded a farmhouse. Magic circles glowed beneath their feet. An angel, an actual angel, glowing with divine power, floated above them, lance pointed at an old man kneeling in the dirt. The slain theocracy does not negotiate with heathens, the angel declared. Your village harbors a demi-human sympathizer. Justice must be served. Please. A young woman threw herself over the old man, her father, probably. He just gave food to a traveling beast man. He didn't know. Ignorance is no excuse. The angel raised its lance. By the authority of the 6 gods. Hey! Naruto's voice cut through the clearing like a blade. Every head turned. The soldiers, the angel, the villagers. They all stared at the blonde stranger who'd appeared from nowhere, casual as a summer breeze, absolutely radiating danger. You've got about 3 seconds to put that weapon down before I get upset. Naruto stepped forward, cracking his neck. And trust me, you don't want to see me upset. The angel's perfect face twisted with confusion. What manner of creature? My divine senses cannot read you. You are neither human nor demi-human nor undead. What are you? Name's Naruto Uzumaki. I'm the guy who's about to ruin your day if you don't back off from these people. Insolence. The angel thrust its lance toward Naruto. Divine spear of judgment. Holy energy screamed across the clearing. Enough power to vaporize a city block. Naruto caught it in his bare hand. The energy writhed against his palm, burning and crackling. He squeezed. The divine power shattered like glass, dissolving into harmless sparkles. That it? He shook his hand, not even singed. Come on. That barely tickled. The angel's expression finally showed something other than smug superiority. Fear. Impossible. That spell was granted by the gods themselves. Your gods aren't here. I am. Naruto's eyes shifted, the blue becoming something deeper, pupils changing shape, power roiling behind his gaze. So here's what's going to happen. You're going to leave this village. You're going to forget you ever came here. and you're going to spread a message to your theocracy or whatever you call yourselves. He crossed the distance in a flicker, grabbing the angel's face and pulling it down to eye level. The great tomb of Nazareth protects this village now. Anyone who threatens these people answers to me. And I'm a lot less nice than the guy who used to run the place. He released the angel, who immediately shot backward, dignity forgotten. Retreat. The divine being's voice cracked. All units, retreat. This is beyond our capability. Report to the scripture immediately. Retreat. The soldiers scrambled, magic circles flaring as they teleported away in panicked bursts. Within seconds, only dust remained. Naruto turned to the villagers, his expression softening completely. The killing intent vanished like it had never existed. Sorry about that. You folks okay? The old man and his daughter stared at him with identical expressions of shock. The girl who'd been chasing chickens peeked out from behind a barrel, eyes wide as dinner plates. Then a woman pushed through the gathering crowd, young, pretty, with flowers braided into her hair. She looked at Naruto like she was seeing something from a fairy tale. You saved us, she breathed. We're just farmers. Nobody. Why would someone like you? Because you're not nobody. Naruto crouched down to meet the eyes of the chicken-chasing girl, who'd crept closer. What's your name, kid? Nimue, sir. Nice to meet you, Nimue. I'm Naruto, and I'm going to make sure nothing like this happens to your village again. Okay? Nimue nodded slowly, still half hiding behind the flower-haired woman's skirt. Albedo watched from the shadows, her mind reeling. He'd saved them, these worthless, powerless creatures who could offer him nothing. He'd protected them without hesitation, without calculation, without demanding payment or loyalty or worship. He'd done it because they needed help. She didn't understand. This wasn't how power was supposed to work. Supreme beings took what they wanted, crushed what opposed them, ruled through strength and fear. That was the natural order. That was what she'd been made to believe. But watching Naruto kneel in the dirt, laughing at something Nimue said, accepting a hastily offered cup of water like it was the finest wine, something cracked in Albedo's chest. Something that had been calcified since her creation. Was this what it felt like to question everything you knew? Back in Nazareth, Shaltir Bloodfallen sat in her quarters, staring at her own trembling hands. She could still feel his warmth, still hear his heartbeat, loud and alive and completely unlike anything she'd touched in centuries. The vampire bride beside her asked if something was wrong, and Shaltir nearly ripped her head off just for speaking. No, everything was wrong, and right, and confusing. She wanted to see him again, wanted to hear that heartbeat up close, wanted to understand why a living thing had looked at her, a monster, a predator, an undead abomination, and treated her like a person. Nobody had ever done that before. Lord Naruto, she whispered, testing the name on her tongue. Felt strange. New. The previous name that had occupied her devotion faded slightly, making room for this unexpected presence. Was this what desire felt like when it wasn't just about blood? In the sixth floor's forest, Aura ran through the trees at top speed, her magic beast struggling to keep up. She couldn't stop thinking about his promise. A race. He challenged her to a race. Not a subordinate task or a military exercise, an actual competition between equals. Did he understand what that meant? Did he know how starved she was for someone who could match her energy, her speed, her endless need to move and prove and excel? Mare had always been her partner, but her brother was so shy, so fragile. Protecting him took up most of her attention. She'd never had someone offer to play with her. I'm going to win, she declared to the empty forest. I'm definitely, absolutely, 100% going to beat him. But even as she said it, she hoped the race would be close. She hoped it would be so close that they'd have to run again. And again. And again. Sebastian served tea to Lord Naruto's empty seat in the throne room, a small smile on his weathered face. At last, a master he could serve without shame. His creator, Touch Me, had been a champion of justice, a hero who believed in protecting the innocent regardless of cost. But Sebas had been left in Nazareth, surrounded by colleagues who laughed at such values, who called them weakness and foolishness. For so long, he'd kept his true feelings hidden, served loyally because that was his purpose, even when orders made him sick. Now he had a supreme being who shared his heart. He would follow Naruto Uzumaki into hell itself. Not because he was programmed to obey, but because he finally, truly wanted to. Deep in the tomb, past seals that hadn't been checked in ages, something stirred. The darkness there wasn't natural. It had weight, purpose, memory. When the 41 had created Nazarick, they'd built systems to protect their work. Defense mechanisms triggered by intrusion, automated responses to threats, failsafes upon failsafes. But there was something else. Something older. Something that had slipped through the cracks of creation, finding purchase in the tomb's fundamental architecture. It had slept for so long. Waited through the glory days when supreme beings walked these halls daily. Waited through the slow decline as gods departed one by one. Waited even as the last loyal master sat alone on his throne, counting down the final seconds. But now something had changed. The being on the throne was wrong. His essence contaminated everything. Warmth where there should be cold, light where there should be shadow, mercy where there should be domination. Nazarick was built for conquest, for cruelty, for the beautiful, terrible glory of absolute evil. This pretender threatened everything. Deep in the darkness, power began to gather. Not quickly, the interloper was strong, possibly strong enough to destroy this awakening force directly. Subtlety would be required. Corruption, the slow rot of an infected wound. Time moved differently in the tomb's depths. What felt like moments could be days above. What felt like years could be heartbeats. There was no rush. The wrong god had woken up. Eventually, he would need to sleep. Naruto returned to Nazarick as the moon rose over the great tomb, Albedo trailing behind him in uncharacteristic silence. The village had insisted on a celebration. Nothing fancy, just bread and cheese and ale shared around a bonfire, but Naruto had stayed for hours, learning names, hearing stories, helping repair a fence that the soldiers had trampled. The woman with flowers in her hair was Enri, he'd learned. Her little sister was Nimue. Their parents had died in a monster attack years ago, leaving them alone. The village took care of its own, but resources were always stretched thin. He'd promised to send help. Food, building materials, maybe some basic defenses. Albedo had stared at him like he'd proposed drowning kittens, but she hadn't argued. Small steps. He couldn't change centuries of programming in one night. But every journey started somewhere. Lord Naruto. He paused at the throne room's entrance. Yeah, I don't understand you. Albedo's voice was quiet. Lost. You have infinite power. You could reshape this world in your image. Force every creature to worship you. Build an empire of perfect order. Yeah, I could. Then why? She grabbed his arm, spinning him to face her. Why waste time on insects? Why care about their pathetic little lives? Why? Because I was an insect once. Albedo froze. Nobody wanted me. Nobody cared if I lived or died. The village I grew up in hated me for something I couldn't control. Naruto's voice was calm, but his eyes held depths Albedo couldn't fathom. I know what it feels like to be worthless, to have everyone look at you like you're garbage, to be so lonely you'd do anything just to have someone acknowledge you exist. But you're the supreme being. I'm a guy who got lucky. Strong powers, good teachers, friends who believed in me when I didn't believe in myself. He gently removed her hand from his arm, but held it instead of letting go. That village back there? Those people you think are worthless? Any one of them could be the next great hero, the next powerful mage, the next leader who changes the world. You just can't see it yet because they haven't had their chance. How can you possibly know that? Because I was that kid. The loser nobody expected anything from. Naruto smiled, squeezing her hand once before releasing it. And look where I ended up. He walked into the throne room, leaving Albedo standing alone with thoughts she couldn't process. In her creator's design, she was supposed to be brilliant, manipulative, always 10 steps ahead. But Naruto made her feel like a child, like everything she'd ever believed was wrong. And terrifyingly, dangerously, wonderfully, she was starting to think maybe it was. The Guardians had assembled by the time Naruto reached the throne. He didn't sit. Instead, he stood before them like a general addressing troops. "Report. What happened while I was gone?" Demiurge stepped forward. The lower floors remained sealed as ordered. Scouts detected no immediate threats, but the energy signature persists. Something is definitely active in the restricted sections. We'll deal with that soon. What else? I've taken the liberty of beginning intelligence gathering on the surrounding nations. Demiurge produced a scroll from somewhere. The Riestei's kingdom controls territory to the west, a feudal monarchy in decline. The Baharuth Empire lies to the east, more organized, militarized, ruled by an ambitious young emperor. To the south, the slain theocracy's territory borders the Katsa Plains. They're the ones whose forces you encountered. The angel guys. Indeed, they worship the 6 great gods, beings who, according to their scripture, arrived from another world and granted humanity salvation from demi-human oppression. Demiurge's smile sharpened. Their doctrine promotes human supremacy. Other races are considered inherently inferior. Sounds familiar. Naruto's jaw tightened. What about Nazarik's defenses? Are we secure? The tomb is virtually impregnable. Shaltir spoke up, perhaps too eagerly. Our forces could repel any army this world possesses. The floor guardians alone could conquer most nations. I'm not looking to conquer anyone. Naruto held up a hand before arguments could start. But defense is good. Protection is good. Speaking of which, Aura, Mare, you two manage the 6th floor, right? Yes. Aura bounced forward. The forest floor. My beasts patrol every inch. Good environment F for magical research too, Mare added quietly. Perfect. I want you to set up a protected zone around Karn Village. Nothing that scares the villagers, but something that makes predators think twice. You want us to protect humans? Aura's bounce stuttered. Problem. And no. I mean, it's unusual, but if Lord Naruto orders it, I'm not ordering. I'm asking. Will you do this for me? The distinction mattered. Naruto watched both twins process it, saw the moment they realized they had the option to refuse. Neither of them did. We'll do it, Aura declared, grabbing Mare's hand. Right, Mare? All right, I'll set up warning wards. Nothing aggressive, just deterrence. Thank you. Naruto smiled at them, and both dark elves flushed bright red. That means a lot to me. Lord Naruto. Cositus clicked forward. What are your plans for Nazarik? Whole? Honestly, I'm still figuring that out. Naruto finally moved to the throne, sitting down with a casual sprawl that somehow suited it better than any formal posture. But here's what I know for sure. We're not going to hide forever. Eventually, this new world is going to notice us. When that happens, I want them to see protectors. Allies. People who use their strength to lift others up instead of grinding them down. A noble goal, Seabass murmured. An inefficient one, Demiurge countered. Fear ensures compliance. Kindness invites exploitation. Then we'll be kind and strong. So strong that nobody wants to exploit us. Naruto leaned forward. Think about it. What's scarier? A tyrant you can predict? Or a genuinely good person you can never bribe, never threaten, never corrupt? A tyrant can be bargained with. A hero can't. Demiurge's eyes widened slightly behind his spectacles. An interesting perspective. Here's the deal. Naruto looked at each guardian in turn. I'm not Momonga. I'm not going to pretend to be something I'm not. But I'm here now, and I'm going to take care of Nazarik. Take care of all of you. Not as slaves or servants or tools, as people. We're going to build something in this world. Something good. And I want you all to help me figure out what that looks like. Even if we disagree with your methods? Narbril asked coolly. Especially then. I need people who'll tell me when I'm wrong. Yes men are useless. He grinned at her. You seem like someone who doesn't hold back. That's valuable. Narbrel's cold expression flickered with something almost like respect. We'll start small. Help Karn village. Learn about this world. Build relationships instead of armies. Naruto stood up again, too restless to stay seated. And figure out what's lurking in the lower floors before it becomes a problem. When do you wish to investigate? Albedo asked. Tomorrow night. I want everyone fresh and ready. He stretched, arms above his head. For now, I need to explore this place. Learn my way around. Can't lead from somewhere I don't know. I'll guide you. Shaltir stepped forward before anyone else could offer. I know every inch of Nazarick. Every secret passage. Every hidden room. Sure. Lead the way. As they left, Albedo's fists clenched at her sides. That should have been her privilege. She was guardian overseer. It was her right to accompany the Supreme Being. But Lord Naruto had accepted Shaltir's offer without hesitation. Without even glancing at Albedo for permission. Was this jealousy? This burning, churning sensation in her chest? She'd been programmed to love Momonga. But this feeling wasn't programmed. It was raw and ugly and real in a way nothing had ever been before. She didn't know whether to embrace it or tear it out. Shaltir led Naruto through corridors that seemed to stretch forever, each level of Nazarick more elaborate than the last. She explained the floors as they descended, the traps, the guardians, the carefully designed kill zones meant to slaughter any invader. Her voice took on an eager, almost flirtatious quality when describing particularly gruesome defenses. Naruto listened without judgment, asked questions, tried to understand the mindset that had created this place. You really like fighting, huh? Shaltir blinked. Fighting? Yes, I suppose. But I prefer the aftermath. The feeding. The blood. Vampire thing? It's who I am. She looked at him sideways, silver hair catching the magical light. Does that disgust you? Should it? Most would find a creature who drinks blood monstrous. I've met actual monsters. People who hurt others for fun, who destroyed everything just to prove they could. Naruto shrugged. You need blood to live, right? It's not evil to eat. But the way I eat can be changed. If you want it to. He stopped walking, turning to face her. That's the thing, Shaltir. Choice. You were made a certain way, but that doesn't mean you have to stay that way. If something about yourself makes you unhappy, you can work on it. Grow. Become who you want to be instead of who someone else decided. Shaltir stared at him. No one had ever suggested she had a choice. Her creator, Perorancino, had designed her with specific tastes, specific instincts, specific desires. She'd assumed those were immutable, fundamental. But Lord Naruto spoke like she could change, like her future wasn't written in her character sheet. I don't know who I want to be, she admitted quietly. I've never thought about it. Then think about it now. No rush. Take your time. He started walking again, gesturing for her to continue the tour. I'm not going anywhere. Shaltir fell into step beside him, closer than strictly necessary. Her dead heart didn't beat, couldn't beat, but something in her chest pulsed with warmth she'd never felt before. Maybe that was what wanting felt like. They reached the first floor's entrance hall as midnight approached. Naruto had memorized the layout with ninja efficiency, filing away tactical information alongside appreciation for the craftsmanship. One more question, he said as they paused at the grand staircase. Anything, Lord Naruto. Do you want to hurt people? Actually want it? Or is it just instinct? The question hit like a physical blow. Shaltir opened her mouth to answer automatically. Of course she wanted it. She was a vampire, that was her nature. But the words wouldn't come. Because when she actually examined the feeling, actually looked at it honestly, I don't know, she whispered. I thought I did. But when I think about you asking, when I imagine you watching me hurt someone, I don't want that. I don't want you to see me that way. Why? Because you're warm. Her voice cracked. Because your heart beats. Because you looked at me like I was a person instead of a monster. And if I hurt someone while you watched, you might stop looking at me like that. And I couldn't bear it. Naruto's expression softened. He reached out, slow enough that she could pull away, and tucked a strand of silver hair behind her ear. That's a good start, Shaltir. That right there? That's the beginning of choice. She leaned into his touch without thinking, savoring the warmth of living fingers against her cold skin. Lord Naruto. Yeah. If I change, if I become someone different than what I was made to be, would you still want me here? Of course. He pulled his hand back gently, but his smile remained. That's what growing is for. We don't throw people away just because they become different. We celebrate it. Shaltir's composure finally broke. Bloody tears welled in her crimson eyes, the only kind she could cry, and she quickly turned away before he could see. I need to return to my quarters. Guardian duties. Scheduling. Important matters. Sure. Thanks for the tour. She fled before he could say anything else, vanishing into shadows with vampiric speed. Naruto watched her go, understanding more than she probably realized. Loneliness, self-doubt, the desperate hope that someone might see past the monster to the person underneath. He knew those feelings intimately, and he was going to help every single guardian work through them, no matter how long it took. The great tomb of Nazarick slept. Its inhabitants rested in their quarters, dreaming whatever dreams synthetic beings dreamed. Naruto sat on the throne, alone with thoughts he couldn't share. Momonga was gone. Completely, absolutely gone. Naruto had searched his mind for any trace of the skeletal mage and found nothing but inherited knowledge. Whatever cosmic accident had brought him here, it had overwritten the original soul entirely. Was that murder? Had Naruto killed someone just by existing? He didn't have answers. Maybe he never would. But he had a responsibility now. These guardians, these servants, this entire impossible place. They were counting on him, looking to him for guidance, for meaning. He wouldn't let them down. I don't know if you can hear me, Naruto murmured to the empty throne room. Momonga, wherever you are. But I'm going to take care of them. All of them. I promise. Silence answered. The tomb's magical lights flickered slightly, casting dancing shadows across the walls. And whoever's lurking in the basement? Naruto's voice hardened. If you're planning something, I'll find you. I'll stop you. And I'll protect everyone in this tomb from whatever you're becoming. Deep in Nazarick's sealed depths, something laughed. The game had barely begun. Chapter 1 End Chapter 2. What do you actually want? Naruto's fist connected with the training dummy and sent it flying across the 6th floor's arena, where it crashed through 2 trees before finally stopping. Okay, that's still way too much power. He'd been at this for 3 hours, trying to calibrate his strength for a world where everything broke so easily. Back in the elemental nations, a punch like that would have staggered a Chunin. Here, it apparently leveled small forests. Lord Naruto, Aura's voice rang out from the treeline. That was amazing. Do it again. She'd been watching since dawn, perched on the back of her massive wolf Fenrir with barely contained excitement. Every time Naruto demonstrated a new technique, she practically vibrated out of her skin. Shouldn't you be setting up those wards around Karn Village? Mare's handling the boring magic stuff. I finished the beast patrols already. She jumped down from Fenrir and sprinted toward him. Come on. Show me something else. What about that orange energy thing you did yesterday? The Rasengan? That's not really a training dummy kind of technique. Then show me on something that won't break. Aura's eyes sparkled. Oh, fight me. I want to see how fast you really are. Naruto couldn't help grinning. Her energy was infectious, reminding him of 100 young ninjas he'd trained over the years. You sure about that? I don't want to hurt you. Hurt me? I'm a floor guardian. Aura dropped into a combat stance, her whip materializing in her hand. I've killed dragons, Lord Naruto. Actual dragons. I think I can handle a spar. All right, but we're using rules. Naruto held up 3 fingers. No lethal attacks, tap-outs count, and if I say stop, we stop. Deal? Deal. She launched at him before the word fully left her mouth. Fast. Really fast. Her whip cracked through the air where his head had been a millisecond earlier, and she was already spinning into a follow-up strike. Naruto ducked under it, pivoted, and tapped her shoulder from behind. Point 1. Aura whirled around, eyes wide. How did you? I didn't even see you move. Speed's my specialty. Try again. She attacked with renewed ferocity, her whip dancing in patterns that would have shredded most opponents. Naruto wove through them like water, never quite touching the leather, always a hair's breadth away. He let her push him back across the clearing, studying her form. Good instincts, excellent beast tamer reflexes, but she relied too much on her weapon's reach and not enough on her own body. Your footwork's solid, but you're planting too hard on your left side. Naruto blocked a strike with his forearm and redirected it past him. See? When you commit that direction, you can't adjust. Then I'll commit harder. Aura poured on speed, her attacks becoming a blur even by ninja standards. Naruto matched her pace for pace, deflecting and dodging without counterattacking. He wasn't trying to win, he was trying to teach. There. That recovery was perfect. Do that again. I don't know what I did. Your weight shifted to your back foot instead of forward. Gave you options. Trust your instincts, they're smarter than you think. They traded blows for another 10 minutes, aura gradually improving as Naruto pointed out adjustments. By the end, she was landing glancing hits on his arms, her grin so wide it threatened to split her face. I touched you. 3 times. That counts. It absolutely counts. Naruto ruffled her hair, ignoring how she pretended to be annoyed by it. You're good, Aura. Really good. With some focused training, you could be incredible. Will you train me? The words burst out before she could stop them. I mean, if you have time, and if it's not too much trouble, and I'd love to. Aura's composure cracked. She looked away quickly, but not before Naruto caught the flush spreading across her cheeks. Cool. Great. That's good. I'm gonna go check on Mare now, bye. She vanished into the forest at top speed, Fenrir barely managing to keep up. Naruto chuckled and shook his head. Teenagers were the same in every world, apparently. An impressive display, Lord Naruto. He turned to find Seabass approaching across the clearing, the butler's posture as impeccable as ever. How long were you watching? Long enough to see you teach rather than dominate. A rare quality in someone of your power. Seabass stopped a respectful distance away and bowed. Lady Albedo requests your presence in the throne room. There is a matter requiring your attention. Trouble. Intelligence, rather. Demiurge has completed his preliminary analysis of the regional powers. He wishes to present his findings. Great. Political briefings. Naruto stretched his arms overhead. Lead the way. They walked through the 6th floor's forest in comfortable silence. Naruto appreciated that Seabass didn't feel the need to fill every moment with words. The butler had a stillness about him that spoke to deep inner calm. Can I ask you something, Seabass? Of course, Lord Naruto. Yesterday, when I asked everyone what they wanted, you said you wanted to protect the innocent. How did you know that about yourself? Seabass considered the question carefully. My creator, Touch Me, was a champion of justice. He designed me with certain inclinations. But over time, I came to realize those inclinations weren't simply programming. They were convictions. What's the difference? Programming can be overwritten. Convictions require choice. Seabass glanced at Naruto with something like respect. You seem to understand this instinctively. I've just seen it before. People who were supposed to be monsters becoming heroes. People who were supposed to be heroes becoming monsters. In the end, it's always choice. Always. A philosophy I share wholeheartedly. Seabass paused at the entrance to the floor's teleportation gate. If I may be bold, Lord Naruto, go ahead. The other guardians may struggle with your methods. They were created for conquest, for cruelty. Asking them to change goes against everything they know. Seabass met his eyes directly. But I believe you can reach them. Your patience, your genuine care, these things matter. Give them time. That's the plan. Naruto clapped the butler on the shoulder. Thanks, Seabass. It helps knowing I'm not completely alone in this. You are far from alone, my lord. Far from it. The throne room was packed when Naruto arrived. All the floor guardians had assembled, along with the Pleiades maids and various other servants he hadn't met yet. Demiurge stood near the throne with a floating magical display, while Albedo hovered nearby with a clipboard that seemed surgically attached to her hands. Lord Naruto, she brightened immediately upon his entrance. I've prepared a summary of Demiurge's findings, organized by threat level and strategic importance. Also, I took the liberty of arranging a meal after this briefing. Your favorite foods. Assuming the information we have about Momonga's preferences applies to ramen. Albedo blinked. Pardon. My favorite food is ramen. Specifically miso ramen with extra pork. Don't know what Momonga liked, but that's what I like. Our ramen. Albedo scribbled furiously on her clipboard. Noted. I'll inform the kitchens immediately. What else? Sleep schedule? Preferred clothing? Any allergies or... We can figure that out later. Naruto walked past her toward the display, where Demiurge waited with barely concealed anticipation. What VE we got? Ah, Lord Naruto. Demiurge adjusted his spectacles and gestured at the floating map. The New World, as we've come to call it. Significantly less developed than Yggdrasil, but not without points of interest. The map showed a continent divided into various nations, with Nazarik's location marked by a glowing skull icon. First, the immediate region. Demiurge pointed to territories surrounding the tomb. The great forest of Tob serves as a natural buffer. Few venture this deep, which explains why the tomb remained undiscovered. However, the forest contains various monster populations, some quite powerful by local standards. How powerful? Nothing that would threaten a floor guardian. Perhaps a nuisance for lower-tier servants. Demiurge waved dismissively. More relevant are the human nations. The Riestei's kingdom here is a feudal monarchy in advanced decline. Corrupt nobility, weak military, peasant population on the verge of rebellion. Their only significant asset is the warrior Gazef Stronov, captain of the king's personal guard. Strong. By local metrics, exceptional. By our standards. Demiurge smiled thinly. Albedo could defeat him without musing her hair. Could probably beat him with my hair, Albedo muttered. The Baharuth Empire, conversely, represents a rising power. Demiurge indicated the Eastern Territory. Emperor Jerkniv has consolidated control through intelligence and ruthlessness. He maintains a professional military, a functioning bureaucracy, and a court wizard named Flutter Paradine who is considered the greatest human magic caster alive. Also by local metrics? Correct. Flutter's power would place him, perhaps at the level of our stronger Death Knights? Formidable for this world. Insignificant for ours. Naruto studied the map, filing away information. And the theocracy? The guys who attacked Karn village. Demiurge's expression darkened. The slain theocracy is our most immediate concern. A religious nation founded on the worship of their 6 great gods. Beings who, according to their scripture, arrived from another world 500 years ago. Another world. Like Yggdrasil. Almost certainly. The gods they describe wielded powers consistent with high-level players. They apparently aided humanity against demi-human oppression, established a civilization, and then vanished. Demiurge shrugged. Dead, ascended, returned home. The accounts are unclear, but they left behind artifacts, scriptures, and a fanatically devoted following. The angels we encountered. Summoned beings, yes. The theocracy maintains several elite forces called scriptures, each specializing in different threats. The Sunlight Scripture handles external enemies and was responsible for the Karn village incident. But they also possess the Black Scripture, their strongest unit, which reportedly includes god-descended individuals with power approaching the divine. That got Naruto's attention. How strong are we talking? Unknown. Our intelligence is limited. Demiurge's smile returned. However, I've taken steps to gather more information. Subtle infiltration, bribed merchants, observed patrol patterns. Within weeks, we'll have a comprehensive picture of their capabilities. Good. But no aggressive action. Information only. Of course, Lord Naruto. The demon's smile didn't waver. I would never exceed my mandate. Something about his tone made Naruto's instincts prickle. He filed it away for later examination. What about non-human nations? You mentioned demi-human oppression. Are there organized demi-human powers? Several, though most are too far away for immediate relevance. Demiurge indicated various markers on the map. The Dragon Kingdom to the south struggles against Beastman incursions. The Elf Kingdom maintains isolation in the great eastern forests. Various demi-human tribes control the territories beyond human civilization. And dragons? Actual dragons? A pertinent question. Demiurge's expression shifted to something almost like respect. The true Dragon Lords are perhaps the only beings in this world who might challenge Nazarick. Ancient creatures predating even the 6 great gods, wielding something called wild magic, a power system native to this world, distinct from the tier magic we inherited from Yggdrasil. Different how? Wild magic operates on different principles. Soul-based, rather than mana-based. It can supposedly achieve effects impossible through tier magic, including temporal manipulation and reality alteration. Demiurge paused meaningfully. It can also damage beings that would otherwise be immune to conventional attacks. The Dragon Lords are rumored to have killed players in the past. The room went very quiet. Players? Naruto's voice hardened. Others have come here before? Apparently, the 6 great gods were likely players, as were a group called the 8 Greed Kings who conquered much of the continent centuries later. Others have appeared sporadically throughout history, always bringing upheaval. Demiurge met Naruto's eyes. The Dragon Lords remember these incursions. They view beings like us as existential threats, regardless of our intentions. So they'll come after us eventually. It is likely. The Platinum Dragon Lord, specifically, has dedicated his existence to monitoring for new arrivals. When he confirms our presence, conflict becomes inevitable. Naruto absorbed this information, running scenarios through his head. Ancient dragons with unique powers that could threaten even Nazarick's might. Not immediate enemies, but enemies nonetheless. Any way to communicate with them? Open dialogue before things escalate. Demiurge hesitated. I had not considered that approach. Start considering it. If these Dragon Lords can be reasoned with, I want to know. Enemies are only enemies until you understand them. As you command. Demiurge bowed, though his expression suggested he found the order baffling. What about the corruption in the lower floors? Naruto turned to the assembled guardians. Anything new overnight? Cocytus stepped forward. The seals hold, but energy, readings, continue, rising, slowly, whatever, stirs, below, grows, stronger. I've analyzed the magical signatures, Mare added quietly, clipboard clutched to her chest. They don't match anything in Nazarick's records. It's not undead energy or demon energy or even divine energy. It's something else. Something that was always here, Aura continued, picking up her twin's thread. Buried deep, forgotten. We don't have any information about the tomb's lowest levels. Even the Supreme Being's records stop at floor 8. There are floors below 8? Theoretically. Albedo frowned at her clipboard. The tomb's architecture suggests additional levels, but they were sealed before any of us came into existence. Even Lord Mamanga never explored them. Then that's our next priority. Naruto stood up from where he'd been sitting on the throne's armrest. Tonight I'm going down there. I need to see what we're dealing with. You can't go alone. Albedo stepped forward urgently. If something dangerous exists in those depths, I won't be alone. I want a small team, mobile, versatile, able to handle surprises. Naruto scanned the guardians. Shaltir, you're with me. Your detection abilities and combat skills make you perfect for exploration. The vampire's entire posture changed, straightening with barely suppressed delight. Why yes, Lord Naruto. I won't fail you. Narbarl, you two. I want someone with long-range capability who can cover our retreat if things go wrong. The combat maid blinked, clearly not expecting to be chosen. As you command, Supreme One. And Aura, your beasts can scout ahead, and your reflexes are top tier. Plus, I still owe you that race. Yes. Aura pumped her fist before catching herself. I mean, I am honored to accompany Lord Naruto on this vital mission. The rest of you maintain standard operations. Demiurge, continue intelligence gathering. Seabass, keep the household running. Cositus, reinforce the seals on the lower floors. If we stir something up down there, I want containment ready. And me, Albedo's voice carried an edge of hurt. What would you have me do? Naruto turned to her with a gentle expression. I need you here, Albedo. Your guardian overseer. If something happens to me down there, Nazarick needs leadership. You're the only one I trust to hold everything together. The hurt in her eyes flickered, replaced by something warmer. You trust me? With Nazarick's safety, with everyone's lives. He held her gaze. Can I count on you? Always. The word came out fierce. I will protect everything you value, Lord Naruto, no matter the cost. That's all I ask. The briefing dispersed, guardians moving to their assigned tasks with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Naruto caught Demiurge's eye as the demon turned to leave. One more thing. Lord Naruto? The intelligence gathering. I want it kept clean. No kidnapping, no torture, no disappearing people who become inconvenient. We get information through observation, bribery, and social engineering. Nothing else. Demiurge's smile froze. My lord, certain techniques are simply more efficient. I don't care about efficient. I care about right. Naruto's voice didn't rise, but the weight behind it pressed down on the room. These people aren't resources to be exploited. They're not stepping stones to power. They're people, and we're going to treat them like people. Even enemies? Especially enemies. How we treat our enemies says everything about who we really are. Naruto relaxed his pressure, letting the tension drain from the room. I know this is different from what you expected. I know it seems stupid from a pure tactical standpoint, but I need you to try. Can you do that? Demiurge was silent for a long moment. Behind his spectacles, wheels turned, calculations shifted, strategies reorganized. I will endeavor to adapt my methods. The words came slowly, as if pulled from somewhere deep. Though I confess I do not fully understand your reasoning. You don't have to understand it yet. Just follow it for now. Understanding can come later. The demon bowed and departed, leaving Naruto alone in the throne room. Almost alone. You can come out, Lupus Regina. A shadow near the pillar shifted, and the werewolf maid emerged with a grin that showed too many teeth. Caught me. Nobody ever catches me. She prowled closer, her tail swishing behind her. You're interesting, Lord Naruto. Really, really interesting. You were supposed to be at Karn Village, monitoring the situation. I went, I watched, I came back. Boring peasants doing boring peasant things. She tilted her head, studying him with predator's eyes. But you aren't boring. The way you handled Demiurge just now. Telling him no? I've never seen anyone do that. He's the smartest person in Nazarick, and you just told him his methods were wrong. They are wrong. By whose standards? She was circling him now, not threatening exactly, but definitely probing. Efficiency says he's right. Results say he's right. The only thing that says he's wrong is some abstract notion of morality that doesn't actually exist outside your head. Then I guess it's a good thing my head is in charge. Lupus Regina laughed, bright and sharp. I like you. Most powerful beings are so serious all the time. All I am supreme and bow before me and blah blah blah. But you're just you. Weird and soft and somehow still scary as hell. You think I'm scary? Lord Naruto. She stopped directly in front of him, looking up with eyes that gleamed gold in the magical light. You fought an angel without flinching. You redirected Shaltyr's attack like she was moving in slow motion. And just now, You made Demiurge question himself with nothing but words. Her grin widened. You're the scariest thing I've ever met. And I've met some really scary things. Is that why you're here? To figure out if I'm a threat. I'm here because I'm curious. She shrugged, tail still swishing. The Pleiades are supposed to serve directly under the Supreme Being. But you haven't given us any orders. Haven't even talked to most of us. We're all wondering what you want from us. Naruto considered her for a moment. The playful energy masked something sharper underneath. Not malice exactly, but a kind of barely contained chaos. She reminded him of certain Umbu operatives who'd developed unusual coping mechanisms. What? That's not an answer. It's a question. The same one I asked everyone else. He sat down on the throne steps, putting himself below her eye level. What do you want, Lupus Regina? Not as a maid, not as a servant, as yourself. Her grin faltered. I want things to be interesting, fun. I want to play games and see what happens and maybe break some things that look like they need breaking. And when you break things, how does that feel? Good. But she said it like a question. I mean, it's supposed to feel good. I was made to enjoy chaos and cruelty. That's my purpose. Do you actually enjoy it, though? Or do you just do it because you think you're supposed to? Lupus Regina's tail stopped swishing. She trailed off, brow furrowing. I never actually thought about it. It's just what I do. Then think about it now. Naruto stood up, stretching. You don't have to answer today, but I want you to actually examine those feelings. Figure out what's real and what's programming. When you know the difference, come tell me. And then what? Then we figure out together how to give you what you actually want. He walked past her toward the throne room's exit, then paused. Oh, and Lupus Regina? Yeah. The village. Karn village. Those boring peasants you mentioned. His voice stayed light, but something underneath it had teeth. If anything happens to them because you got bored, we're gonna have a very different conversation. Understand? She shivered. Actually shivered, despite being a werewolf who'd never felt cold in her existence. Understood, Lord Naruto. Good. Now go do something fun that doesn't involve hurting anyone. I hear the 6th floor has some interesting caves. He left. Lupus Regina stood alone in the throne room for a long time, trying to figure out why her heart was racing. Shaltir found him in the library 3 hours before the scheduled expedition. The great library of Ashurbanipal stretched endlessly in all directions, filled with knowledge accumulated across the guild's entire history. Naruto sat cross-legged on the floor between towering shelves, surrounded by floating books that turned their pages at his mental command. Lord Naruto? She approached hesitantly. I wanted to discuss tonight's expedition, if you have a moment. Sure. Sit down. She settled across from him, arranging her elaborate dress with practiced grace. Up close, she looked even younger than he remembered. A girl's face on an ancient vampire's body. What are you reading? Everything I can find about the tomb's construction. Trying to figure out what's in those lower floors. He gestured at the floating books. Not much here, though. The supreme beings were pretty secretive about the deep levels. Perhaps for good reason. Maybe. Or maybe they just ran out of time. Naruto closed the nearest book with a thought. You've been here since the beginning, right? Since the guild formed. I was created after the tomb itself, but yes. I've witnessed much of Nazarik's history. What was it like? Before everything changed? Shaltir's expression softened with something almost like nostalgia. Glorious. The supreme beings walked among us daily. Lord Mamanga gave us orders, praised our work, acknowledged our existence. We had purpose, meaning. We were cherished. And then they left. One by one. Her voice tightened. They always said they would return. See you tomorrow, they would say. Catch you later. But tomorrows turned into weeks. Weeks into months. Until only Lord Mamanga remained. That must have hurt. It felt like dying. Slowly. Watching the gods abandon their creations. Shaltir's hands clenched in her lap. But Lord Mamanga stayed. Through everything. He never abandoned us. And now he's gone too. But you're here. She looked up at him with crimson eyes that held too much emotion. You're different, strange, impossible. But you're here. And you see us. Actually see us. Of course I see you. Why wouldn't I? Because we're NPCs. The word came out bitter. Non-player characters. Background decoration. The supreme beings created us to populate their world, to make it feel real. We weren't supposed to become real. But you did. Did we? She laughed humorlessly. Sometimes I wonder. My personality, my desires, my supposed feelings. They're all written in my character sheet. How do I know any of it is genuine? How do I know I'm not just following a script I can't see? Naruto reached out and took her hand. Shaltir froze, staring at the contact like she expected to burst into flames. Feel that? Why yes, that's real. Right now, this moment, the two of us sitting here, that's real. He squeezed gently. Maybe everything started as programming. Maybe your creator wrote down Shaltir likes X and hates Y when he designed you. But the person sitting in front of me, the one asking these questions, that person is choosing to question, choosing to wonder. That's not a script. How can you be sure? Because scripts don't doubt themselves. Scripts don't ask if they're real. Naruto released her hand, but his smile remained. The fact that you're wondering means you already know the answer. You just haven't accepted it yet. Shaltir stared at her hand, at the spot where his warmth still lingered. Lord Naruto, when you touched me just now, I felt something. Yeah. Not hunger. Not the desire to feed. Just. She struggled for words. Warmth. Comfort. Safety. I've never felt safe before. I didn't know I could. Everyone deserves to feel safe. Even monsters? Especially monsters. He stood up, offering her a hand. Come on. We've got a few hours before the expedition. Want to see something cool? She took his hand and let him pull her to her feet. What kind of something? It's called a Rasengan. I've been working on teaching people, and I think you'd be good at it. Me? Learn the Supreme Being's techniques. My techniques. He grinned at her. And yeah, your your mana control is insane. I watched you reorganize your defensive spells yesterday in like 2 seconds. That kind of precision is exactly what the Rasengan needs. Lord Naruto, I don't know what to say. Say yes. Trust me, this is going to be fun. She did say yes. And despite everything she'd been created to believe about herself, Shaltir Bloodfallen found herself smiling for real. The training ground on the 6th floor had been cleared for their use, and Naruto walked Shaltir through the Rasengan's basic theory. It's all about rotation. You build energy in your palm, then spin it, layer over layer, faster and faster, until it becomes self-sustaining. He demonstrated a perfect blue sphere materializing in his hand. The trick is keeping it contained. Too much pressure and it explodes. Too little and it dissipates. Shaltir studied the technique with analytical intensity. The mana density is remarkable. How do you maintain structural integrity without a spell formula? That's the point, there is no formula. Pure shape manipulation. You feel it, you guide it, you make it hold through willpower alone. That seems inefficient. It's extremely inefficient. Naruto let the Rasengan fade. My dad invented it by watching a tailed beast bomb and trying to recreate the effect through pure chakra control. Took him 3 years to get it right. Tailed beast? Giant chakra monsters from my world. 9 of them, each more powerful than the last. Naruto's expression grew distant. I had one sealed inside me from birth. The 9-tailed fox, Kurama. We didn't get along at first. A monster sealed within you? Shaltir's eyes widened. How did you survive? Barely, some days. The fox's chakra was toxic to humans. Every time I accessed it, my body burned. He held up his hand, examining it. But we eventually became friends, partners. He was the closest thing I had to a brother for most of my life. What happened to him? I don't know. The words came out heavy. When I woke up here, his consciousness was gone. His power's still in me, but he's not. I can't feel him anymore. I'm sorry. Yeah, me too. Naruto shook off the melancholy and reformed the Rasengan. But that's why I'm teaching this. Kurama would have hated seeing his power go to waste. So I'm spreading it around, making sure his legacy lives on, even in another world. Shaltir felt something shift in her chest. This man, this impossible person who'd taken her master's place. He carried grief like a familiar weight, loss, loneliness, the same things she felt, reflected in someone who actually understood. Teach me, she said quietly. Please, I want to learn. Okay, first step is gathering energy in your palm. Not channeling it into a spell, just holding it raw. Can you do that? She could. Magical energy swirled in her hand, crimson-tinted, waiting for direction. Good. Now spin it. Start slow. Feel the rotation before you try to accelerate. The energy wobbled, destabilized, collapsed. Try again. Don't force it. Coax it. Again. Collapse. Again. Closer, but still unstable. Your problem is you're used to perfect control. Naruto moved behind her, guiding her hands with his own. Spells are about precision. This is about flow. Let the energy find its own shape. His warmth surrounded her. His breath was soft against her ear. Shaltir's focus shattered completely for entirely different reasons. I can't concentrate when I'm what? So close. She spun around, face flushed crimson. Your heartbeat is right there and your blood smells so good, and I'm trying very hard not to think about biting you. Naruto blinked, then laughed. Sorry, I didn't think about that. He stepped back, giving her space. We can try again later, maybe with some distance. That would be advisable. Shaltir pressed her hands to her burning cheeks. I apologize for my lack of control. Don't apologize. You're dealing with instincts you were designed to have. The fact that you're fighting them at all is amazing. He gave her a thumbs up. We'll work on it. Together. Together? She echoed, the word feeling strange and wonderful on her tongue. Narbril was waiting outside the training ground, her expression somehow even icier than usual. Lord Naruto, the expedition is in 2 hours. Shall I begin preparations? Yeah, good idea. We'll want detection gear, emergency supplies, communication items if we have them. Standard exploration, low doubt. I will see to it. She turned to leave, then stopped. May I ask a question? Go ahead. Why did you choose me for this mission? Her voice carried genuine confusion. Yuri Alpha is more experienced, and Toma has superior sensory capabilities. Solution is better suited for infiltration. By any logical metric, I am not the optimal choice. You're right. You're not. Narbril's expression flickered with hurt she immediately tried to hide. But I didn't pick based on optimization. Naruto walked toward her, hands in his pockets. I picked based on what I felt was right. And something tells me you need this. Need what? A chance to prove yourself. To yourself. He stopped in front of her. You hate humans. You've told me that openly. But you've never really been around humans, have you? Never seen them as anything but abstracts to despise. They are inferior. They're different. Different doesn't mean inferior. He held up a hand before she could argue. Look, I'm not trying to change your mind in one conversation. I'm just asking you to observe. Actually look at the world down there. See what humans are really like, instead of what you've been told they're like. And if I look and still find them inferior, then at least your judgment will be based on experience instead of assumption. That's all I ask. Narbril studied him for a long moment. You are not what I expected from a supreme being. I'll take that as a compliment. It was not intended as one. I know, but I'm taking it as one anyway. He grinned and walked past her. 2 hours. Don't be late. Narbril watched him go, her perfectly composed face hiding a storm of conflicting thoughts. She'd been created to serve the supreme beings, to revere them, to obey without question. But Naruto didn't want her obedience. He wanted her growth. That was terrifying and fascinating, and something else she couldn't quite name. Maybe the expedition would help her understand. The entrance to the sealed floors lurked at the far end of the 8th floor, past defensive measures that would have slaughtered any normal invading force. Naruto stood before massive doors carved with symbols he didn't recognize, Shaltir and Aura flanking him while Narbril maintained rear guard. His exploration team was small but capable, exactly what he'd wanted. "These wards are old," Aura murmured, her beast tamer senses extended. "Really old. Not Yggdrasil magic. Something from before. Before the tomb? Before everything, maybe. They feel wrong, like they're not supposed to exist." Shaltir nodded agreement. "I cannot read them. My knowledge of magical theory is extensive, but these symbols are completely alien. Then we go in careful and ready to retreat." Naruto pressed his palm against the door's surface. The symbols flared, analyzing him, judging. Then they parted. "Lord Naruto," Narbril raised her hand, magic building. "The wards accepted you?" "Apparently." He stared at the opening gap with narrowed eyes. "They recognized me as... what? The tomb's master? Or something else?" The doors finished opening, revealing stairs descending into darkness. Not normal darkness. Something that actively pushed against even Shaltir's vampiric vision. "My senses can't penetrate." The vampire gripped her lance tightly. "Whatever's down there doesn't want to be seen." "Then we use mundane light." Naruto created a small ball of spinning chakra. Not a Rasengan, just illumination. "Aura, send your smallest scout ahead. Something fast that can retreat quickly." Aura whistled, and a tiny winged creature detached from her shoulder. A messenger sprite, barely larger than her fist. It zipped into the darkness and vanished. They waited. 1 minute. 2. The sprite returned, chittering frantically. "She says the stairs go down for about 200 meters, then open into a massive chamber." Aura's face was pale. "And there's something in the chamber. Something big. Sleeping." Sleeping? She couldn't get close enough to see details, but it felt the sprite's presence. Started to stir. Aura swallowed. "She says it's older than anything she's ever sensed. And it's angry." Naruto looked at the darkness, at the stairs descending into unknown depths. Whatever lurked below had been forgotten for centuries, sealed away by beings who deemed it too dangerous to acknowledge. And now, because he was here, because he was different, it was waking up. "We're not ready for this." "Lord Naruto?" Shaltir looked at him with concern. "Should we retreat?" "Not retreat. Regroup." He stepped back from the door, and the symbols immediately flared back to life, sealing the entrance. "Whatever's down there, it's been contained for a long time. Rushing in blind gets us killed." "But the energy readings are rising." "I know, but they're rising slowly. We have time to prepare, to learn more, to strengthen the seals while we figure out what we're dealing with." He turned to face his team. "I need you all to focus on 2 things. First, anything you can find about what the tomb was before it was the guild's headquarters. Any records, any legends, anything at all. And second," Aura asked, "train. All of you. Whatever's down there almost scared my instincts into running. And I don't scare easily." Naruto's expression hardened. "When we go back in, we go back ready to fight something worse than anything you've ever imagined." The return to the upper floors was silent, each member of the team lost in their own thoughts. Naruto paused at the 6th floor's exit, letting the others go ahead. "Lord Naruto?" Shaltir lingered behind. "Are you all right?" "Just thinking." He stared back the way they'd come. "That thing down there felt familiar, like something I'd forgotten." "Familiar how?" "I don't know yet." He shook his head. "Go get some rest. We'll start proper research tomorrow." Shaltir hesitated, wanting to say more, but eventually nodded and departed. Naruto stood alone in the corridor, one hand pressed to his chest. When the doors had opened, when the darkness had touched him, he'd felt something respond. Not fear. Not recognition. Hunger. Something inside him, something that wasn't Kurama's chakra but felt equally ancient, had stirred at the presence of that sleeping power, and it had wanted to consume it. "What the hell are you?" he muttered to himself, or maybe to whatever had hitchhiked into this world with him. No answer came, but the hunger remained. Albedo found him on the throne room balcony, staring up at stars he didn't recognize. "Lord Naruto? The expedition team has reported. Everyone is resting. But you can't sleep." He didn't turn around. Too much to think about. She approached carefully, standing beside him rather than behind. "May I join you?" "Go ahead." They stood in silence for a while, two beings from entirely different origins sharing a moment of quiet. "Lord Naruto, may I ask you something personal?" "Sure." "In your world, your original life, did you have someone? Partner? A lover?" Naruto's expression softened with old pain. "Yeah. Her name was Hinata. We were married for over 40 years. Had 2 kids. A whole life. You loved her. More than I knew how to express sometimes." He finally looked at Albedo, seeing the vulnerability she was trying to hide. "I know what you're really asking, and I don't have a good answer. I'm asking if there's room in my heart for anyone else after her." He turned back to the stars. "Honestly, I don't know. She was everything. When she died, a few years before I did, it felt like losing a part of myself. Then I have no chance." "That's not what I said." Naruto sighed. "Look, Albedo, you're beautiful, powerful, devoted in a way that's honestly intimidating. Any person would be lucky to have you care about them. But I don't know you yet, and you don't know me. The real me, not Mamanga." He faced her directly. "Love isn't something you can force or rush. It grows from understanding, from shared experience, from choosing each other over and over again. You can't have that with someone you just met." "Then let me meet you." Albedo stepped closer, her composure cracking. "Let me know you. Let me understand who Naruto Uzumaki is beneath the power and the kindness and the strange philosophies. Give me a chance to earn your heart instead of demanding it. That's all I've been asking for." "I know. And I've been so focused on competing with a ghost, with whoever you loved before." She took a shaky breath. "But I don't want to replace her. I want to be someone new. Someone you choose because of who I am, not despite who came before." Naruto studied her for a long moment. She looked so different now than she had that first day. Less composed, less perfect, more real. Okay. Tomorrow, after the strategy meeting, you and I are going to spend the day together. Not as supreme being and guardian. Just as 2 people getting to know each other. A date. If you want to call it that." He smiled slightly. "Fair warning, though. I'm probably going to make you do weird things. Visit that village. Help rebuild a barn. Talk to humans. You want me to associate with?" She stopped herself. Took a breath. "If that's what you wish." "It's not about what I wish. It's about understanding why I care about those things. You can't love someone whose values are a mystery." "Then I will try to understand." Albedo's golden eyes held his. "And Lord Naruto, thank you for giving me this chance. Thank Hinata." His voice was soft. "She taught me that everyone deserves second chances. That love finds a way when you let it." Albedo didn't know what to say to that. So she did something she'd never done before. She bowed, not in worship, but in genuine gratitude. "Good night, Lord Naruto." "Good night, Albedo." She left. Naruto stayed on the balcony, watching constellations he couldn't name. Somewhere out there, the slain theocracy was mobilizing against an unknown threat. Dragon lords were watching for signs of players. Nations were scheming and struggling and living their complicated lives. And beneath his feet, something ancient stirred in its sleep, waiting for the moment to wake. "One thing at a time," he murmured. "That's how we do this. One thing at a time." The stars offered no response. But somewhere in the great tomb of Nazareth, several hearts beat just a little faster, thinking of a golden-haired god who treated them like people. Change was coming, and for the first time it didn't feel like a threat. Chapter 2 End Chapter 3. The things were made of albedo stared at her reflection in the mirror and felt like a stranger was looking back. The white dress was gone. The elaborate accessories, the carefully maintained appearance that screamed guardian overseer. All of it replaced by a simple traveling cloak over practical clothing that Naruto had insisted she wear. "You look like a peasant," she whispered to herself. A common, ordinary, completely unremarkable peasant. That was the point, apparently. She'd agreed to this, to spending a day among humans in a human village doing human things, because Lord Naruto had asked, because she wanted to understand him, because some desperate, newly awakened part of her soul craved his approval more than her dignity. A knock at her chamber door made her jump. "Albedo? You ready?" One moment. She took a final breath, smoothed down the unfamiliar fabric, and opened the door. Naruto stood in the corridor wearing similarly plain clothes, brown pants, a simple shirt, a traveling cloak with the hood down. Without his more elaborate supreme being attire, he could have been any adventurer on the road. He grinned when he saw her. Looking good. Very inconspicuous. "I feel ridiculous. That's the spirit." He offered his arm in a gesture that was probably supposed to be gentlemanly. "Shall we?" Albedo stared at his extended arm like it might bite her. Physical contact with a supreme being? Voluntary? Casual? Her programming screamed that this was either a test or a trap. But his smile was genuine. His posture was relaxed. And he was waiting patiently for her to decide. She took his arm. "There we go. Not so hard, right? I may require time to adjust. Take all the time you need." He started walking and she fell into step beside him. "So, rules for today. First, no calling me Lord or Supreme Being or anything like that. Just Naruto. But it's not disrespect if I'm asking you to do it. Second, no killing anyone, even if they're rude. Humans are rude sometimes. It's a thing. And if they threaten you, then I'll handle it. Trust me. There's nothing in Karn Village that poses a danger to either of us." He glanced at her. "Third rule, and this is the important one, have fun. Actually try to enjoy yourself. I don't understand the purpose of this rule. That's exactly why it exists." They teleported to the forest's edge, just out of sight of Karn Village. The morning sun painted everything in warm gold, and Albedo had to admit the view was objectively pleasant. Not as magnificent as Nazarick, obviously, but pleasant. "Okay." Naruto stretched his arms overhead. "We're going to walk into town like normal travelers. I told Enri we were coming, so we should have a warm welcome. You've been communicating with the human woman? Sent a message through Mare's familiars. She's organized a work party for some repairs we're helping with." "We're helping with repairs?" "Yep. There's a barn that needs rebuilding after some storm damage. Good community project." He started walking toward the village. "Come on, Albedo. Time to get your hands dirty." She followed, because she'd promised, even though every instinct screamed that supreme beings did not rebuild barns. Karn Village looked different in daylight than it had during the theocracy attack. People moved through the streets with purpose. Farmers heading to fields, children playing in the square, elderly folk sitting in the sun and gossiping. It was so ordinary, so mundane, so utterly beneath notice by any reasonable standard. And yet Naruto's face lit up like he'd come home. "Naruto!" Enri emerged from a nearby house, waving enthusiastically. "You actually came. I wasn't sure if. Told you I would." He approached the young woman without any of the distance that should exist between a supreme being and a mortal. "How's the village been? Any more trouble from those theocracy guys?" "Nothing. It's been completely peaceful." Enri's smile was radiant with relief. "Word spread about what you did. Nobody wants to mess with the village under the Golden Warrior's protection." "Golden Warrior? That's what they're calling you." The travelers who passed through last week heard the story and spread it. She blushed slightly. "You're becoming a legend. Great. More attention. Naruto sighed, but he was still smiling. Anyway, this is my friend Albedo. She's going to be helping with the barn. Enri turned to Albedo with open curiosity. Welcome to Karn Village. Any friend of Naruto's is welcome here. Albedo forced her face into something she hoped approximated friendliness. Thank you. I look forward to assisting. The work party's gathering in the south field. We've got about 20 people coming, most of the village's able bodies. Enri started leading them through town. The barn's pretty badly damaged. Storm took out the whole east wall and part of the roof. How are the animals? Naruto asked. We moved them to other shelters in time. But without the barn, we'll struggle when winter comes. Enri's expression grew worried. The village doesn't have money to hire proper builders, and most of us don't know advanced construction. Then we'll figure it out together. I've got some experience with construction jutsu, building techniques. Should speed things up. They reached the south field, where a sad-looking barn listed dangerously to one side. The east wall had indeed collapsed, leaving the interior exposed to the elements. Around the structure, villagers gathered with tools and materials, their expressions ranging from determined to skeptical. Everyone, Enri called out. This is Naruto and Albedo. They're here to help. The villagers' reactions varied. Some looked hopeful. Others looked suspicious. A few muttered about outsiders and ulterior motives. One older man stepped forward. You're the one who fought off the theocracy? That's me. Humph. The man crossed his arms. Fighting's one thing, building's another. You ever actually work with your hands, warrior? More than you'd think. Naruto rolled up his sleeves. Where do you need me? The old man, Albedo, learned his name was Balek, assigned tasks with the efficiency of someone who'd organized work parties for decades. Naruto got put on structural work, helping shore up the damaged frame. Albedo found herself directed toward material preparation, sorting lumber, organizing nails, measuring and cutting boards. You do know how to use a saw, right? Balek eyed her skeptically. I am capable of learning. Great. Learning on the job. Just what we need. He thrust a saw into her hands and pointed at a pile of lumber. Those boards need to be cut to these lengths. Try not to cut yourself. He walked away before she could respond. Albedo stared at the saw in her hands. Primitive tool. Simple. Beneath her in every conceivable way. But Naruto was watching from across the work site, his expression curious. Waiting to see what she would do. She set the first board on the cutting stand and began to saw. The work was miserable. Sawdust got everywhere. In her hair, her clothes, her eyes. The wood resisted her blades stubbornly, and every cut seemed to take forever. Her arms ached within the first hour, muscles protesting labor they'd never been designed for. Around her, villagers moved with practiced efficiency, their movements smooth from years of experience. They chatted and laughed as they worked, sharing gossip and complaints and dreams for the future. Nobody talked to Albedo. She was clearly an outsider. Her cutting technique was obviously wrong. Every time she finished a board, one of the more experienced workers would check it, click their tongue at some imperfection she couldn't see, and set it aside in a maybe usable pile instead of the main supply. By midday, her pride was in tatters. Taking a break? She looked up to find Naruto approaching with 2 wooden cups. He was covered in sweat and sawdust, his hair sticking in every direction, and he looked genuinely happy. I am considering my options. Here, water. He handed her a cup and sat beside her on a fallen log. How's it going? Terribly. The admission burned. I cannot seem to master even this simple task. The cuts are imprecise. The angles are wrong. I am apparently incapable of contributing anything of value to this endeavor. First day on any job is rough. I am a guardian overseer. I manage the military and administrative functions of an entire tomb of godlike beings. She stared at the saw in her hands. And I cannot cut a piece of wood correctly. Different skills. Naruto sipped his water. Back when I was a kid, I was terrible at everything in the academy. Couldn't throw a kunai straight, couldn't perform basic jutsu, couldn't even keep my mouth shut in class. Everyone thought I was a lost cause. You? But you're. Now sure. But it took years. Decades. Constant work. Constant failure. Constant getting back up after getting knocked down. He met her eyes. The point isn't being good at something immediately. The point is trying anyway. What's the purpose of trying if success is impossible? Because success isn't the goal. Growth is. He gestured at the work site. Look at that barn. 2 days ago it was ruins. By tonight it'll have walls again. Not because any one person did something amazing, because a bunch of ordinary people contributed what they could. But my contribution is worthless. Your contribution is effort, presence, trying. He smiled. Also, you've been cutting boards for 3 hours without murdering anyone. That's huge progress. Despite herself, Albedo felt something loosen in her chest. Is that the standard? Merely not committing violence. For today? Absolutely. She laughed. Actually laughed, the sound surprising her as much as it seemed to surprise Naruto. You're strange, she said. Completely, utterly strange. No supreme being should care about barn repairs or talk to humans as equals or what? Or make me feel like this. She looked away, suddenly unable to meet his eyes. I don't know what this feeling is. It's not what I was programmed for. Not worship or devotion or possessive obsession. It's something else. Can you describe it? It's warm and frightening. And when you smile at me like that, I want to do anything to see it again. Her hands clenched in her lap. Is this love? Real love? Not the facsimile I was designed with. I don't know. Naruto's voice was gentle. But it sounds like something worth exploring. Even if it terrifies me? Especially then. The scariest feelings are usually the most important ones. They sat in silence for a moment, the sounds of construction filling the air around them. Naruto. Yeah. Thank you. For bringing me here. For showing me this. She gestured vaguely at the village, the workers, the ordinary life happening around them. I don't understand it yet, but I want to. That's all I ask. The afternoon brought unexpected developments. Albedo returned to her cutting station with renewed determination, focusing not on perfection but on consistency. Her boards still weren't great, but they were improving. One even made it into the usable pile. The small victory felt disproportionately huge. More importantly, she started observing, actually watching the humans instead of dismissing them. A young couple worked side by side on nail duty, trading casual touches and private smiles. An older woman sang softly while hauling supplies, a tune her grandmother had probably taught her. Children too young to work brought water to the adults, treated like important contributors rather than nuisances. Community. The word crystallized in Albedo's mind. They weren't just working, they were affirming bonds, strengthening relationships, building something together that belonged to all of them. Nazarick had nothing like this. The tomb's servants followed orders, accomplished tasks, maintained functions. But there was no singing, no casual affection, no children bringing water to tired workers. Everything operated on hierarchy and obligation. Was that what Naruto wanted to change? She found him near the barn's restored east wall, demonstrating something to a group of fascinated villagers. As she approached, she saw it was one of his techniques, shadow clones, creating duplicates of himself to triple the work speed. And they're solid? I can actually touch them? A young man poked one of the clones experimentally. Solid enough to work, Naruto confirmed. They disappear when they take too much damage, so they're not great for fighting. But for construction? Perfect. That's incredible magic. It's not really magic. More like, he struggled for an explanation. Making copies of your chakra, your life energy, and shaping them into temporary bodies. Anyone can learn it with enough practice. Anyone. Henry's eyes went wide. Even us. Theoretically? Sure. Takes a lot of energy though. Most people couldn't sustain more than one clone for a few minutes. Naruto dismissed his duplicates with a hand gesture. But there are simpler techniques that might work for you. Things to make farming easier, strengthen buildings, maybe even purify water. You'd teach us. If you want to learn, knowledge should be shared, not hoarded. Albedo watched the villagers' reactions. The hope, the excitement, the tears forming in some of the older ones' eyes. To them, Naruto wasn't just offering techniques. He was offering future, possibility, the chance to be something more than what their circumstances dictated. This was what he meant about seeing potential. She finally understood. Lord, she caught herself. Naruto, he turned, noticing her approach. Albedo, good timing. I was just about to start the roof work. Want to help? Yes, I would. She climbed a ladder for the first time in her existence, scrambled across support beams that creaked under her weight, and helped position roofing tiles while Naruto and his clones secured them in place. It was undignified, exhausting, completely inappropriate for someone of her station. She loved every minute of it. By sunset, the barn stood whole again. Not perfect, the repairs were visible, the materials mismatched, the construction clearly amateur. But it was solid, functional, a structure that would shelter livestock through winter and serve the village for years to come. The villagers cheered. Someone produced a fiddle and started playing. Food appeared from nowhere, passed hand to hand, shared freely. Children danced in circles while adults clapped rhythm and laughed at nothing in particular. Albedo found herself swept into a group of women who insisted on teaching her their traditional dances. The steps were simple, but she stumbled through them anyway, her body unused to moving without purpose or grace. Nobody mocked her. They just guided her hands, showed her the rhythm, celebrated when she finally completed a sequence correctly. "You're a natural," one woman declared, clearly lying. "I am terrible. Terrible is where everyone starts. By next harvest festival, you'll be leading the line." There wouldn't be a next harvest festival. Albedo would return to Nazarick, resume her duties, probably never see these people again. The knowledge sat strange in her chest, heavy with something like loss. When had she started caring about seeing them again? Naruto appeared beside her as the dancing wound down. "Having fun. I don't know what I'm having, but it's not unpleasant." High praise from the guardian overseer. "Don't mock me. I'm emotionally compromised. I can see that." He offered his hand. "Walk with me." They left the celebration behind, climbing a small hill at the village's edge. The stars were emerging now, different constellations than Albedo had studied in Nazarick's library. Foreign, strange, beautiful in their own way. "Today was weird for you, huh?" Albedo nodded slowly. "I expected to feel disgust, boredom, perhaps pity for creatures whose lives are so brief and limited. Instead, I felt envy." The word surprised her as much as it seemed to surprise Naruto. These humans have something I don't. Connection, community, relationships built on choice rather than hierarchy. They're objectively weaker than me in every measurable way, and yet they seem happier. Does that change how you see them? Yes and no. She struggled to articulate feelings she'd never experienced before. They're still fragile, still mortal, still so limited compared to what Nazarick contains. But those limitations don't make them worthless. They make them precious, rare. Now you're getting it. I don't get anything. She turned to face him, frustration bleeding through. I spent millennia, or what feels like millennia, believing certain things were absolute truth. Humans were inferior. Power determined worth. The strong existed to rule the weak. And in one day, you've made me question all of it. Is that bad? I don't know if it's bad. That's the problem. She pressed her hands to her temples. My programming says one thing. My feelings say another. How do I know which one to trust? You don't. Not at first. Naruto sat down on the hillside, patting the grass beside him. That's the hard part about growing up. You have to figure out what you believe by living through things, making mistakes, learning from them. That sounds exhausting. It is. But it's also the only way to become a real person instead of just following a script. Albedo hesitated, then sat beside him. The grass was slightly damp, the evening breeze carrying scents of cooking food and wood smoke. Everything was so physical, so present, so different from Nazarik's eternal sterility. Naruto. The feelings I mentioned earlier. The ones that terrify me. She stared at her hands, unable to look at him. They're getting stronger, especially after today. I figured. You're not going to make this easy, are you? Can't make growth easy. Wouldn't be growth if it was. She finally looked at him. His profile was outlined against the stars, expression patient and open. Waiting. Not pushing, not pulling, just present. I think I'm falling in love with you, she said. Actually falling. Not because of how I was programmed. Not because of what Tabula wrote in my character sheet. Because of who you are. How you treat people. The way you made me feel today. Like I mattered as a person instead of just a function. Albedo. You don't have to say anything. I know you don't feel the same way. I know your heart belongs to someone else. But I needed you to understand, this isn't programming. This is me, making a choice. For the first time in my existence. Naruto was quiet for a long moment. Then he reached over and took her hand. I can't promise you anything, he said softly. I'm still figuring out who I am in this world. What I want, how to balance everything I'm feeling. But I can tell you this, I see you, Albedo. The real you underneath all the design and programming and expectations. And she's worth knowing. Even when she's cutting boards badly and stumbling through dances? Especially then. He squeezed her hand gently. The perfect guardian overseer is intimidating. The woman who tried something hard and struggled anyway? That person I can actually connect with. Tears prickled at Albedo's eyes. She blinked them back furiously. I don't cry. I'm not supposed to cry. Nobody's watching. It's okay. She cried anyway. The return to Nazarik felt like crossing between worlds. One moment they were standing on a quiet hillside under alien stars. The next, the throne room's familiar darkness surrounded them, magical lights humming with the tomb's eternal power. Albedo straightened automatically, her posture shifting back to guardian overseer mode. But something had changed. Some fundamental piece of her internal architecture had been rearranged. Thank you, she said quietly. For today. Same time next week? She blinked. You want to do this again? If you're willing. There's more to learn out there than one village can teach. Naruto stretched, his joints popping. Plus, I promised Enri I'd help with the irrigation project. Apparently their wells aren't deep enough. You want me to dig wells? I want you to keep experiencing life, whatever form that takes. He grinned at her. Unless you're too important for manual labor? Albedo considered the question seriously. Yesterday, the answer would have been automatic. Of course she was too important. She was guardian overseer. But the woman who danced badly and cut boards imprecisely and cried on a hillside, that woman wanted to say yes. I will clear my schedule. Perfect. Now get some rest. You've earned it. He walked away toward the throne room's exit, leaving her standing in the darkness with thoughts she couldn't fully process. Love. Real love. Growing from shared experience instead of programmed obsession. Maybe this was what living felt like. The next morning brought chaos. Mare burst into the throne room during Naruto's breakfast, her small form trembling with barely contained distress. Lord Naruto. Something's wrong with Sheltir. Naruto was on his feet instantly. What happened? She went on patrol last night, normal rounds, checking the perimeter, and she came back wrong. She won't respond to anyone. Just stands in her quarters staring at nothing. And her eyes. Her eyes. Mare shuddered. They're empty. Like she's not there anymore. Naruto's blood went cold. He'd seen that look before. In victims of genjutsu so powerful it shattered minds. In people broken by grief or trauma or forces beyond their comprehension. Shaltir. He moved. The 6th floor's entrance to the 1st through 3rd floors blurred past him. He didn't bother with teleportation gates or formal transit. Pure speed carried him through corridors and staircases, arriving at Shaltir's quarters in under a minute. The door hung open. Inside, the vampire stood motionless in the center of her room, facing a wall covered in dark stains that hadn't been there before. Her silver hair was tangled and wild. Her dress was torn, dirt-smeared, completely unlike her usual immaculate appearance. And her eyes, Mare was right, empty, like looking into windows of an abandoned house. Shaltir. No response. Naruto moved closer slowly, keeping his movements non-threatening. Shaltir, can you hear me? Her lips moved. A whisper emerged, so quiet even his enhanced senses barely caught it. Wrong, made wrong, shouldn't exist. What are you talking about? Voice in the dark. Told me what I really am. Tears of blood streamed down her cheeks. Just a toy. Puppet. Nothing real. That's not true. How do you know? The whisper turned harsh. How do you know I'm real? Maybe I'm just pretending so well that everyone believes it. Maybe there's nothing inside me except programming. Naruto reached out and touched her face. Shaltir flinched like she'd been burned, but she didn't pull away. Her empty eyes focused on him for the first time, a flicker of something beneath the void. I know, Naruto said firmly, because I've seen you grow. I've watched you question yourself, wonder about your feelings, try to become something more than you were designed to be. Puppets don't do that. Programs don't do that. People do that. But the voice said, screw what the voice said. His hands cupped her face, forcing her to look at him. Something messed with your head last night. Something wanted you to feel this way. That means these feelings aren't yours. They're being inflicted on you. I can't tell the difference anymore. Then trust me to tell the difference. Trust me to see the real you under all this garbage someone dumped in your brain. The emptiness flickered, cracked. Shaltir's composure shattered. She collapsed against him, bloody tears soaking into his shirt, sobs racking her small frame. I don't want to be fake, she choked out. I don't want to be just a thing someone made. I want to matter. I want to be real. You are real. You matter. And whoever did this to you is going to regret it. He held her until the sobs subsided, until her trembling stopped, until something like clarity returned to her crimson eyes. Lord Naruto? Yeah. I think I met the thing in the basement. The emergency council assembled in the throne room within the hour. Every guardian was present, their expressions ranging from furious, albedo, to calculating, demiurge, to terrified, mare. Shaltir sat in a chair someone had brought, wrapped in a blanket despite not feeling cold, looking fragile in a way that seemed fundamentally wrong for a vampire of her power. Tell us exactly what happened, Naruto said. Everything you remember. Shaltir's voice was steady, though her hands shook slightly. I was patrolling the southern perimeter, near the sealed entrance to the lower floors. Everything was normal until... It wasn't. The darkness got deeper. The air got heavier. And then I heard something. The voice. Yes, came from everywhere and nowhere. It knew my name, knew what I was, knew things about my creation that I didn't even know. She swallowed hard. It said I was flawed, an imperfect copy of an imperfect design, that everything I thought I felt was just surface programming pretending to be real. That's not true. I know that now, but in the moment, it was so convincing, so certain, like it was speaking absolute truth directly into my soul. Shaltir's hands clenched. And then it showed me things, images of what I was supposed to be, what Nazarick was supposed to be, a vision of conquest and cruelty so complete that nothing else mattered. What do you mean, supposed to be? The tomb has a purpose, Lord Naruto, a design, not just as a guild headquarters, as a weapon, something to be pointed at the world and unleashed. Shaltir met his eyes. You're disrupting that purpose. The thing in the basement doesn't like it. Demiurge leaned forward. This entity has agency? It can act against the Supreme Being's will. It's not acting against anything. It's just waking up, reasserting what was always there. Shaltir shuddered. It called itself the Heart of Nazarick. Said it was the tomb's true nature, buried by the supreme beings who were too weak to embrace their creation's potential. The 41 made this thing? No. I think it was always here. Before the guild. Before Yggdrasil. Some kind of entity that the tomb was built around, or that grew from the tomb's existence. Shaltir's voice dropped. It's been sleeping for so long. Watching. Waiting. And now that you're here, now that you're changing things, it's decided to intervene. Silence filled the throne room. Naruto's expression had gone cold in a way none of the Guardians had seen before. Not angry, focused. The face of someone calculating variables and preparing for combat. Can it control you? Force you to do things? I don't think so. Not directly. The mental attack was devastating, but I fought free of it. Eventually, Shaltir straightened in her chair. It's strong, Lord Naruto. Unbelievably strong. But it's also limited. Can't leave the lower floors. Can't affect people who don't go near its territory. Which is why the seals work. For now. But it's growing stronger. I could feel it building power while it spoke to me. Whatever you're doing to change Nazarick, whatever kindness and connection you're fostering, it's accelerating the awakening. So the more I help people, the stronger the monster gets? Essentially, Naruto laughed. It wasn't a funny laugh. Of course that's how it works. He ran his hands through his hair. Fine. If being good makes the bad thing stronger, then we deal with the bad thing. Attack it before it finishes waking up. That would be inadvisable. Demiurge's voice was careful. Based on Shaltir's description, this entity possesses power on par with or exceeding our own. A direct assault could result in catastrophic losses. So we just let it keep growing? I suggest a contained approach. We strengthen the seals, limit exposure to the lower floors, and gather more information before committing to action. While it keeps attacking my people, Naruto's voice hardened. While it keeps trying to break the minds of everyone I care about, measured response is waiting for it to hurt more of us. Naruto stood up, and the air around him crackled with barely restrained power. I fought things that seemed unbeatable before. World-ending threats, gods, reality warpers. I won because I refused to accept that defeat was the only option. Lord Naruto, we're going down there. All of us. Everything Nazarick can bring to bear. His eyes swept the assembled Guardians. I won't ask anyone to fight who doesn't want to. This thing is dangerous. Some of us might not come back. But I'm going regardless. Then I'm coming. Shaltir rose from her chair, blanket falling away. Her expression had transformed from broken to resolved. That thing violated my mind, made me doubt everything I am. I want payback. Shaltir, you're still recovering. I'm a floor guardian. This is my purpose. Her crimson eyes blazed. Besides, you said it yourself, I'm real. Time to prove it. Albedo stepped forward. I stand with Lord Naruto, whatever the risk. Cositus clicked his agreement. Aura and Mare exchanged glances, then nodded together. Seabass bowed deeply. For justice and for Nazarick. Only Demiurge hesitated. You disagree with this course of action, Naruto observed. I believe it is tactically unsound. But the demon adjusted his spectacles. I also recognize that you've accomplished seemingly impossible things before. Perhaps my calculations are missing variables I cannot perceive. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. It was not intended as flattery. Demiurge bowed slightly. I will accompany you, Lord Naruto, if only to observe what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable conviction. Then we move tonight. Full preparation, full power, full commitment. Naruto's gaze settled on each guardian in turn. Whatever's down there, it's about to learn that Nazarick doesn't break. We bend, we grow, we change, but we don't break. For Lord Naruto, Aura shouted. For Nazarick, the others responded. The heart of Nazarick was about to receive visitors, and Naruto intended to give it a very bad day. The hours before the assault passed in controlled chaos. Every floor guardian prepared their ultimate abilities. Combat maids armed themselves with the deadliest equipment Nazarick possessed. Even the lower-tier servants were put on high alert, ready to reinforce seals or provide support if things went catastrophically wrong. Naruto spent the time in meditation, centering himself for what was coming. He'd fought gods before. Kagaya, with her dimension-hopping abilities and overwhelming power. Madara, who'd become something beyond human. Even the Ten Tails itself, a force of nature made manifest. But those fights had familiar shapes. Enemies he could hit, opponents with weaknesses to exploit. This thing in Nazarick's depths was different. A corruption, a conceptual threat, something that attacked minds as easily as bodies. How did you punch an idea? You're worried. He opened his eyes to find Lupus Regina watching him from the doorway. Everyone's worried. That's what happens before big fights. No, I mean you specifically. She prowled closer, golden eyes gleaming. You're not scared of losing. You're scared of losing them. Am I that obvious? Only if you know what to look for. She sat down across from him, casual as a cat. You know what I figured out? After you asked me that question about what I actually want. What? I don't enjoy hurting people. The admission came out strange, like she was confessing to a crime. I thought I did. I was made to. But when I actually examined the feeling, it's empty, mechanical, like pretending to laugh at a joke that isn't funny. That's good. That's growth. Is it? Because now I don't know what I enjoy. Her tail swished with agitation. Everything I thought was real about myself might just be malfunction, coding errors. I might not be a sadist, but I might not be anything else either. You're someone searching for herself. That's something. Easy for you to say. You know who you are. Took me decades to figure it out. And I'm still learning. Naruto stood up, stretching. Look, Lupus Regina, identity isn't something you're born with. It's something you build through experiences, choices, relationships. The fact that your old identity was false means you get to build a new one. What if I build something worse? Then you tear it down and try again. That's what growth is. She stared at him for a long moment, something complicated moving behind her eyes. If you die down there, I'm going to be very annoyed. I'll try to avoid dying then. Good. She stood up abruptly. Also, if we survive, I want you to help me figure out what I enjoy. Apparently, I need a guide for basic existence now. Happy to help. She left without another word, but her tail was wagging slightly as she went. Small victories. The assembled strike force gathered at the sealed entrance to the lower floors as midnight approached. Naruto stood at the front, flanked by Albedo and Shaltir. Behind them, Cocytus and Seabass formed a secondary line with Demiurge. Aura and Mare brought up the rear with their respective forces. Beasts for Aura, Earth magic constructs for Mare. Narberl had been positioned at the rear guard position, far enough back to retreat if necessary, close enough to provide ranged support. Final check, Naruto called. Everyone ready? Affirmations came back from every guardian. Remember the plan. We go in together, we stay together, we watch each other's backs. If anyone starts acting strange, hearing voices, seeing things, losing focus, we call it out immediately. This thing attacks minds. Our best defense is each other. And if we reach the entity itself? Demiurge asked. Then we kill it, or contain it, or do whatever's necessary to protect Nazarick. Naruto's expression hardened. I'm not losing anyone tonight. That's the only outcome I'll accept. He pressed his palm to the sealed doors. The ancient symbols flared brighter than before. The entity knew they were coming. Good. Let it prepare. Let it think that preparation would matter. The doors began to open. Darkness poured out like a physical force, pushing against the light, trying to smother it. Naruto countered with chakra, golden energy erupting around him in a protective shell that extended to cover the entire group. Stay close. Move forward. They descended. The stairs seemed to go on forever. Each step took them deeper into darkness, further from anything familiar. The air grew thick, heavy with presence. Something vast and aware watching their approach. Whispers began at the edges of perception. Ignore them, Naruto commanded. Focus on the person next to you. That's what's real. Albedo's hand found his in the darkness. He squeezed it briefly, then released. Couldn't be distracted now. They reached the bottom. A chamber opened before them, so vast its edges disappeared into shadow. The floor was carved with symbols that predated Yggdrasil, patterns that made eyes water and minds ache just from looking. And in the center, something moved. Not a creature in any normal sense. More like a concentration of darkness, a hole in reality shaped vaguely like a body. Multiple appendages extended from its mass, some like arms, some like tentacles, some like things that didn't have names. 2 points of light burned where eyes might be. So the pretender finally comes. The voice was the same one Shaltir had described. Everywhere and nowhere, burrowing into thoughts like parasites. I'm not pretending. Naruto stepped forward, golden energy blazing brighter. And you're done terrorizing my people. Your people? These puppets were made for conquest. Made for cruelty. You cannot unmake their nature with kindness and soft words. Watch me. He attacked. The Rasengan formed in his hand before conscious thought caught up, blazing with power that would have leveled mountains. He hurled himself at the entity, closing the distance in a fraction of a second. His technique struck true, and passed straight through. You cannot hurt me, child. I am not a thing to be struck. I am the truth of this place, the purpose for which it exists. To destroy me, you would have to destroy Nazarick itself. Naruto landed on the far side of the chamber, spinning to face the entity. Then how do I contain you? You don't. I wake. I spread. I reclaim what was always mine. The darkness surged toward the guardians, starting with them. No! Naruto was fast. Faster than almost anything. But the darkness wasn't moving through space. It was emerging from the guardians themselves. From shadows within them that had always existed, designed features of their creation now awakening. Albedo screamed as dark veins crawled up her arms. Shaltir fell to her knees, clutching her head. Cositus's frost cracked and blackened. Mare collapsed entirely, convulsing on the ground. You see, the entity's voice carried satisfaction. They were always mine. The supreme beings built them on my foundations, used my power to give them form. Now that power returns to its source. They're not yours. They're their own people. And they choose who they belong to. Choice. The entity laughed. Choice is an illusion for creatures like them. They were programmed to serve, to obey, to follow the will of their masters. That programming came from me. I am the root of everything they are. Naruto looked at his struggling guardians, at the darkness consuming them, and he understood. You're wrong. Am I? You gave them form. Maybe you even gave them some of their base programming. But you didn't give them what matters. He walked toward the entity golden chakra building with every step. You didn't give them love. You didn't give them hope. You didn't give them the choice to be something more than what they were made for. Meaningless sentiment. It's not meaningless. Naruto stopped at the entity's edge, staring into those burning points of light. I've seen Shaltir question her own nature, watched Albedo choose growth over programming, felt Aura's genuine joy when we trained together. These aren't puppets following scripts. They're people, building new scripts for themselves. They are corrupted products, failures of design. They're my failures, then, my responsibility, and I don't abandon my people. He reached into himself, past his chakra, past Kurama's power, down to something deeper. Something that had transferred with him from his world, not an ability or technique, but a truth. Connection. The bonds he'd built over a lifetime of loving people. The relationships that defined who he was. The absolute certainty that people could change, could grow, could become more than their origins dictated. He pushed that truth outward. Golden light erupted from his body, warm instead of harsh, gentle instead of overwhelming. It washed over the guardians like a wave, sinking into the darkness that consumed them. What are you doing? Giving them a choice. Naruto's voice carried through the chamber, reaching every ear. Albedo, Shaltir. All of you, you can feel my presence, right? My belief in you. Albedo's scream cut off. Her eyes opened, finding his through the darkness. I feel it. Then choose. Not me over the darkness. Not loyalty over corruption. Choose who you want to be. What kind of person you want to become. Make it real by deciding. Albedo's hands clenched. I want to be someone who awareness love. Not demands it. Not programs it. Earns it. The darkness around her arms shattered. I want to be brave, Mare whispered, pushing herself up from the ground. Actually brave. Not pretending. More darkness crumbled. One by one, the guardians made their choices. Declared who they were becoming. Rejected the roots that tried to claim them. And the entity screamed, "No, this is impossible. They cannot simply override their fundamental design. Shows what you know about people." Naruto stepped through the entity's form, and now it was solid, now there was something to grip. His hand closed around a core of absolute darkness. We're not our designs. We're our choices. He pulled. The core came free in a surge of shadows that howled through the chamber. The entity thrashed, its form destabilizing, its voice fragmenting into 1,000 discordant notes. You cannot. This cannot. I am Nazarick. You were part of Nazarick. The part we don't need anymore. Naruto held the core up, examining it. Thanks for the power boost. I'll make better use of it than you did. He crushed it in his hand. The explosion of darkness should have destroyed everything. Instead, it flowed into Naruto through him and emerged transformed. Golden instead of black. Warm instead of cold. Power without corruption. The chamber went silent. Naruto stood alone in the center, breathing hard, surrounded by kneeling guardians who were just beginning to understand what had happened. Lord Naruto? Shaltir's voice was small. Did you just ate the bad guy, basically? He looked at his hands, at the new energy flowing through them. I think I absorbed its power, or purified it, or something. That's the most Lord Naruto thing I've ever witnessed. Albedo climbed to her feet, her eyes bright with tears she wasn't hiding anymore. You killed an ancient evil with feelings. I killed it with truth. Feelings were just the delivery system. Same thing, really? Cositus rose with a sound like grinding glaciers. We are different now. Can feel. The dark roots are gone. The programming's gone? Demiurge looked distinctly unsettled. But that means... It means you're free. Naruto faced his guardians, his friends. Whatever you do from here, it's your choice. Not because someone coded you to behave a certain way. Because you decided. That's terrifying. It's freedom. It's supposed to be terrifying. Naruto smiled tiredly. Come on, let's go home. I think we've all earned some rest. They ascended together, leaving the empty chamber behind. In the darkness, something small remained, a fragment of the entity too tiny to notice. It watched them go, and it waited. It had time. The pretender had won this battle. But wars lasted longer than battles. And Nazarick's true purpose would not be denied forever. The return to the upper floors felt like emerging from a nightmare into a dream. Guardians and servants alike had gathered to await the strike force's return, their faces cycling through fear, relief, and celebration as the survivors emerged. No casualties, no major injuries. The impossible mission had succeeded. Naruto let himself be swept into the celebration, accepting congratulations and gratitude with a weary smile. But part of him stayed alert, cataloging the changes he could sense in each guardian. They moved differently now, spoke differently. The programmed perfection had softened into something more organic, more human, more real. You changed them. Seabass appeared at his elbow, voice pitched for privacy. Not just by defeating the entity, by believing in them. I showed them what was possible. They did the changing themselves. A fine distinction, but accurate. The butler bowed slightly. I was created by Touch Me to embody justice. That programming is gone now, as you said. And yet, I still believe in justice. Because I choose to. That's the whole point. I know. I simply wished to express my gratitude. Seabass straightened. Lord Naruto, you have given us something more valuable than freedom. You have given us purpose we can believe in. Don't thank me yet. We've still got dragon lords to deal with, a theocracy that wants us dead, and about 1,000 other problems I haven't even learned about. Ah, Seabass smiled. But now we face those problems together, as free people choosing to stand beside each other. Yeah. Naruto looked at his guardians, his family. I guess we do. The celebration continued through the night, and somewhere in the world beyond Nazarik's walls, something ancient stirred. The Platinum Dragon Lord opened eyes that hadn't closed in decades, feeling a shift in the world's magical foundations. Something had changed in the Great Tomb. Something fundamental. The new player had made his first real move. It was time to respond. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4. Hearts and monsters. The screaming started at dawn. Naruto bolted upright from the meditation pose he'd fallen asleep in. Instincts screaming alerts before his conscious mind caught up. The sound was coming from somewhere in the tomb, high-pitched, terrified, and getting closer. He was out the door and moving before his eyes fully focused. A maid, one of the homunculus servants he hadn't learned the name of yet, came sprinting around the corner, her face a mask of pure horror. She saw Naruto and collapsed against the wall, pointing back the way she'd come. The 5th floor. Something's happening on the 5th floor. What kind of something? The Cocytus, the frozen prison, it's melting. And the things inside are waking up. Naruto's blood went cold. He'd read about the 5th floor in his late-night research sessions. Cocytus managed it as his personal domain, but beneath the glacier aesthetic lay something darker. A prison for entities too dangerous to destroy, too valuable to release. Creatures captured during the guild's glory days, sealed away and forgotten. If those seals were failing, get to the throne room. Tell anyone you find to stay away from the 5th floor. Naruto was already running. Go! The maid fled. Naruto hit the teleportation gate at full speed, materializing on the 5th floor's entrance platform. The temperature hit him immediately, or rather, the lack of temperature. The endless frozen wasteland that should have stretched before him was sweating, ice walls weeping water, ancient frost cracking and groaning. And in the distance something roared. Cocytus appeared beside him in a blur of frozen wind. Lord Naruto, the seals are failing. Cannot determine the cause. Aftershock from last night? When we destroyed the heart. Possible. The entity's power may have been integrated into the prison systems. Cocytus's mandibles clicked with agitation. If the prisoners escape, the damage could be catastrophic. How many prisoners are we talking about? 47 entities of varying threat levels. A pause. 3 are world-class threats. Of course they are. Naruto cracked his neck. All right, priority 1 is reinforcing the seals. Can you do that? I can slow the deterioration, but not reverse. The prison requires power. Cannot provide. Then I'll provide it. Show me the main seal array. They moved through the melting landscape at speed, passing cells that had held their occupants for centuries. Most of the prisoners were still contained, their seals merely weakened rather than broken. But 3 chambers stood empty, their barriers shattered from within. The world-class threats. What escaped? Naruto demanded. A devourer of worlds. Corrupter of souls. And Cocytus hesitated. A dragon. A dragon? Like the dragon lords? No, this one was captured from Yggdrasil. Catastrophe. Dragon. Designed to and servers. Naruto had no idea what that meant, but it didn't sound good. They reached the central seal array, a massive magical construct buried in the glacier's heart. It was failing visibly, cracks spreading across crystalline surfaces, power bleeding into the air. "I'll handle this." Naruto pressed his hands to the array. "Find the escaped prisoners. Contain them if you can, track them if you can't. And get the other guardians down here. We're going to need everyone." "Understood." Cocytus vanished in a blast of cold air. Naruto closed his eyes and reached for his power. The energy he'd absorbed from the heart of Nazarick responded immediately, eager, almost hungry. He channeled it into the seal array, feeling the ancient magic drink it like a man dying of thirst. The cracks began to close. But something was wrong. The array wasn't just damaged, it was being actively attacked. Something was pushing against the seals from outside, trying to accelerate their collapse. Something intelligent. "Found you," Naruto muttered. He pushed deeper into the magical construct, following the interference to its source. The energy signature was unfamiliar. Not the heart's corruption, not any magic he recognized from this world or his own. Felt like scales, like ancient pride, like fire compressed into thought. Dragon, not the escaped prisoner. Something else. Something that had been waiting for this moment. The seal keeper notices at last. The voice crashed into his mind like a physical blow. Naruto gritted his teeth and held his position, refusing to be dislodged from the array. "Who are you?" "I am what your predecessors feared, what they fled from rather than face." The presence pressed harder, trying to overwhelm his defenses. "I am the Platinum Dragon Lord, and I have come to end the threat you represent." "I'm not a threat. You are a player. All players are threats. The 8 Greed Kings proved that. The 6 Great Gods proved that. Your kind brings nothing but destruction. I'm not like them. Every player says that. Until the corpses pile high enough to prove otherwise." The pressure intensified. "I cannot destroy you directly yet, but I can destroy what you protect. Your prison will fall. Your monsters will escape. And in the chaos, I will find the weakness I need." "You're attacking innocent people to get to me?" "There are no innocents in Nazarick. Only monsters waiting to be unleashed." The Platinum Dragon Lord's presence began to withdraw. "Consider this a warning, player. Leave this world. Return to wherever you came from, or I will burn everything you love to ash." The connection severed. Naruto opened his eyes, gasping. The seal array was stable now, his power had bought them time. But the Dragon Lord's message was clear. This wasn't a random crisis. It was the opening move of a war. The Guardians assembled in the 5th floor's command center within the hour. Cocytus had tracked 2 of the escaped prisoners to the floor's outer edges, where they were being contained by hastily erected barriers. The 3rd, the Catastrophe Dragon, had vanished entirely, its magical signature masked by something Cocytus couldn't identify. "The Platinum Dragon Lord is attacking us," Naruto announced without preamble. "He sees all players as existential threats, and he's decided to take us out before we can become dangerous." "An aggressive but logical strategy," Demiurge observed. "Destroy the enemy while they're still establishing themselves." "He doesn't know we're not enemies. Does that matter?" From his perspective, every player who's come to this world has caused catastrophic damage. The 8 Greed Kings nearly conquered the continent. The 6 Great Gods reshaped civilization. Even individual players have left lasting scars. Demiurge adjusted his spectacles. His assumptions are based on historical evidence. Convincing him otherwise will be challenging. Challenging isn't impossible. "Lord Naruto." Albedo stepped forward, her expression troubled. "I understand your desire to find peaceful solutions, but this dragon has already attacked us. Released prisoners that could kill thousands. If we don't respond with force, I'm not saying we won't defend ourselves. I'm saying we don't have to make this a war." Naruto looked at each guardian in turn. The Dragon Lords have been protecting this world for thousands of years. They've seen players come and go, watch civilizations rise and fall. If we can show them we're different. "How?" Shelter's voice was sharp. By letting them attack us? By not retaliating when they try to destroy everything we've built? By being better than what they expect? Naruto's voice hardened. Look, I get it. Someone hits you, you want to hit back. That's natural. But escalation doesn't stop until someone decides to break the cycle. And if they interpret our restraint as weakness, then they're wrong. And eventually, they'll figure that out. Silence fell over the command center. Aura spoke first, her usual energy subdued. The escaped prisoners are still out there. Whatever we decide about the Dragon Lords, we need to deal with that first. Agreed. Cositus. Status on containment. The Devourer is trapped in Section 7. Cannot escape, but is consuming the barrier. Slowly. We have, perhaps, 6 hours. The Corruptor, contained in Section 12. More stable, but is tempting to influence the guards mentally. And the Catastrophe Dragon? Unknown. Location. Vanished from all detection systems. Approximately 20 minutes ago. Naruto's instincts prickled. A creature designed to end servers. Loose somewhere in Nazarick. Completely untrackable. That's our priority. A thing that dangerous doesn't just disappear unless it has a plan. He turned to Mare. Can you do something? Some kind of wide-area detection spell. I can try. Mare clutched her staff nervously. But if it's hiding with magic, my detection might not. Just do your best. That's all anyone can ask. Mare nodded and closed her eyes, green energy beginning to pulse around her staff. The rest of us split up. Shaltir, Albedo, take the upper floors. If that dragon is heading for the surface, I want to know. Demiurge, Seabass, coordinate the servant response. Make sure no one goes anywhere alone. Aura, you're with me. We're going hunting. Finally, Aura's energy returned in a rush. Let's find this thing and kick its scaly butt. The goal is containment, not destruction. If we can subdue it without killing it, we do. Right. Gentle butt kicking. Despite everything, Naruto smiled. Close enough. Let's move. The hunt led them deep into Nazarick's forgotten corners. Aura's beasts spread out in a search pattern, their enhanced senses probing every shadow. Naruto moved alongside her, his own detection abilities pushed to their limits. It's weird, Aura said as they searched. This dragon was captured by the supreme beings, right? So it should be weaker than us. But if it's hiding this effectively, it's had centuries to study the prison, learn its weaknesses, plan for exactly this moment. Naruto ducked under a low archway. Never underestimate someone who's had time to prepare. You sound like you've dealt with this before. More times than I can count. Back in my world, the most dangerous enemies weren't the strongest ones. They were the ones who thought ahead. Like Demiurge? Naruto laughed despite himself. Yeah, actually, exactly like Demiurge. They emerged into a section of the tomb Naruto hadn't explored before. A massive chamber filled with inactive constructs, golems and automatons in various states of repair. Storage, probably. Or maybe a graveyard for failed experiments. Lord Naruto. Aura's voice dropped to a whisper. Fenrir's picking something up. The great wolf had stopped at the chamber's far end. Hackles raised. A low growl building in its throat. What kind of something? Not the dragon. Something else. Aura's ears twitched. Something human? A figure stepped out from behind a massive golem, and Naruto's hand was on a kunai before conscious thought caught up. The woman was tall, impossibly so, easily 7 feet, with pale skin and hair that shifted between silver and gold depending on the light. Her eyes were mismatched, one crimson, one gold. She wore armor that seemed to be made of bone, and she carried a weapon that hurt to look at directly. So you're the new player, she said, her voice carrying easily across the chamber. I expected someone more impressive. Who are you? Zeshi Zetsumii, extra seat of the Black Scripture. She smiled, showing teeth that were slightly too sharp. I've been looking forward to meeting you. How did you get into Nazareth? Trade secret. She began walking toward them, each step deliberate and predatory. The theocracy has been watching this tomb for a long time. We have our ways. The Platinum Dragon Lord has nothing to do with me. That overgrown lizard has his own agenda. Zeshi stopped about 20 feet away, weapon resting casually on her shoulder. I'm here for something much simpler. Which is a fight. Her smile widened. The greatest warriors in history were all players or their descendants. For my entire life, I've been searching for someone strong enough to challenge me. And now, one's fallen right into my lap. I don't want to fight you. I know. That's what makes this interesting. She shifted her stance slightly. You could try to run. Escape back to your guardians, hide behind your defenses. But I'd find you eventually. I'm very patient. Or we could just not fight, talk, maybe figure out if we actually have reason to be enemies. Zeshi laughed, bright and genuine. Oh, I like you. Most powerful beings are so serious. All doom and gloom and existential threats. She lowered her weapon slightly. Fine. You have questions. Ask them. But if your answers are boring, I'm attacking anyway. Naruto forced himself to relax. This woman was dangerous. His instincts screamed it with every fiber of his being, but she was also curious. That was something he could work with. Why does the theocracy hate us so much? We haven't done anything to them. Yet. You haven't done anything yet. Zeshi shrugged. The 6 great gods, players like you, founded our nation, saved humanity from extinction, but they also left behind prophecies. Warnings about what would happen when the next players arrived. What kind of warnings? The end of everything, basically. Players bring power that destabilizes worlds, changes the rules, makes old systems obsolete. Her eyes gleamed. The theocracy exists to manage that change. Guide it if possible. Destroy it if necessary. And which am I? Guidable or destroyable? That's what I'm here to find out. Aura tensed beside him, her hand moving toward her whip. Naruto caught her arm gently. Not yet. But, trust me. He stepped forward, putting himself between Aura and the theocracy warrior. Zeshi, you want to fight. I can see it in everything about you. The way you move, the way you talk, the hunger in your eyes. You've been the strongest for so long that you're bored. Desperate for anyone who can match you. Perceptive. I know the feeling. I spent years being the strongest person in my world. It's lonely at the top. He held her gaze. But fighting isn't the only way to test yourself. And killing isn't the only way to matter. Pretty words. Do they come with pretty actions? I helped rebuild a barn yesterday, with my bare hands. No magic, no special powers. Just sweat and effort alongside ordinary people. Naruto smiled slightly. It was the most satisfying thing I've done since arriving in this world. Zeshi stared at him. You rebuilt a barn. The village needed it. And I needed to remember what I was fighting for. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. But something in her expression had shifted. The predatory hunger was still there, but underneath it, curiosity was winning. You're really not what I expected. I get that a lot. Most players we've encountered were conquerors, world shapers. They saw this place as a game to be won. She lowered her weapon fully. You see it as a home. I see people. Not resources or obstacles or game pieces. Just people trying to live their lives. Naruto spread his arms. That includes you, by the way. Whatever the theocracy taught you about your purpose, you're still a person. You still get to choose what you do with your power. Choose. The word came out strange, like she was tasting something unfamiliar. The Black Scripture doesn't choose. We serve. That's our function. Says who? The scriptures. The hierarchy. She stopped. Her brow furrowed. Everyone says. And do you agree with them? The question hung in the air. Zeshi was silent for a long moment, her mismatched eyes boring into Naruto's with uncomfortable intensity. Something was happening behind those eyes, calculations, reconsiderations, maybe even self-doubt. "You're dangerous," she finally said. "Not because of your power, because of your words. You make people question things they've believed their entire lives. Is that bad? For the theocracy? Absolutely." She shouldered her weapon. "I'm not going to fight you today." Aura let out a breath she'd clearly been holding. "But I'm not leaving either." Zeshi began circling toward the chamber's exit. "I need to think, process, figure out what to do with someone like you. You could always just talk to me, instead of deciding unilaterally. Maybe. We'll see." She paused at the doorway. "The catastrophe dragon is in the 8th floor treasury, by the way. It's trying to break into something called the Mausoleum of the Supreme Beings. Thought you'd want to know. How do you... Trade secret." She vanished into the shadows. Naruto stood very still for several seconds. "Lord Naruto?" Aura's voice was small. "What just happened?" "I think I made a friend. Maybe. Possibly." He ran a hand through his hair. "Or I just got played by a master manipulator. Hard to tell. Should we chase her?" "No. She'll find us when she's ready." He turned toward the chamber's exit. "Right now, we've got a dragon to catch." The 8th floor treasury was a vault of wonders. Naruto had avoided this place so far, uncomfortable with the idea of claiming possessions that belonged to 40 beings he'd never met. But now he moved through it with purpose, following the trail of destruction left by the catastrophe dragon. Shattered display cases, melted security wards, a path of devastation leading directly toward the mausoleum. Albedo materialized beside him, her expression grim. "We received your message. The others are securing the perimeter." "What is this place?" "Where the supreme beings stored their most precious creations. Items too powerful to use, too valuable to destroy." She gestured at a massive door ahead, covered in seals that pulsed with failing energy. "The dragon is trying to break through. If it succeeds." "What's inside?" Albedo hesitated. "We don't know. The mausoleum was sealed before any of us gained consciousness. Lord Mamanga never spoke of it." The doors shuddered. Cracks spread across their surface. "Then I guess we're about to find out." Naruto moved forward. "Stay back. If this goes wrong, I'm not leaving you." "Albedo, you gave me the freedom to choose." Her golden eyes blazed. "And I choose to stand beside you, no matter what." He wanted to argue, wanted to protect her from whatever was about to happen. But he could see in her face that argument was pointless. "Fine. Together then." The doors exploded inward. The catastrophe dragon burst through the opening, its form a nightmare of scales and fire and impossible geometry. It wasn't a dragon in any natural sense. More like someone had taken the concept of dragon and pushed it through a filter of pure destruction. And in its claws, it clutched something that made Naruto's heart stop. A body, human-shaped, armored in black, completely motionless. "Player." The dragon's voice was static and screaming. "I have found the archives. The truth of what your kind has done. Put that down. This vessel contains memories, recordings, proof of the player's sins against this world." The dragon's form flickered and shifted. "The beings you call supreme were not gods. They were destroyers, entertainers who treated reality as a game. I know what they were. I'm not them. You inhabit their throne, command their servants, wield their power." The dragon pulled the body closer. "This one recorded everything. All the deaths, all the suffering, all the cruelty inflicted in the name of fun." Naruto glanced at Albedo, who had gone pale. "Whatever's in there, it doesn't change who we are now." "Doesn't it? Your guardians were created to be monsters. Their designers gave them sadism, cruelty, hatred as fundamental traits." The dragon's voice crackled with something almost like satisfaction. "Every kind act they perform fights against their very nature. Every moment of growth is agony they endure to please you. That's not... Ask her." The dragon gestured at Albedo. "Ask her what it feels like to love someone when you were made to dominate." To show mercy when you were designed for cruelty. Ask her if the pain is worth it. Albedo's hands were shaking. Albedo. Naruto's voice was soft. Is that true? I. She swallowed hard. It's not pain exactly. It's more like stretching, growing into a shape I wasn't built for. Her eyes met his, vulnerable in a way he'd never seen. But I want to grow. I want to change. Even if it hurts. Even if every day is a battle against what I was made to be. Why? Because the person I'm becoming is better than the person I was designed as. Tears spilled down her cheeks. Because you see something in me worth nurturing. And I want to be worthy of that vision. The dragon laughed, a sound like breaking glass. Beautiful, poetic, and ultimately meaningless. It began backing toward the mausoleum's depths. I will broadcast these memories to the world. Show everyone what the supreme beings truly were. Your reputation will be destroyed. Your alliances will crumble. And then Naruto moved. He crossed the distance in a fraction of a second, his hand closing around the dragon's throat. The creature's scales burned his palm, reality-warping energy screaming against his grip. He didn't let go. You want to destroy us. I understand that. From your perspective, we're the enemy, the invaders, the monsters from another world. His voice was calm despite the pain. But you're wrong about one thing. Release. I'm not them. He pushed harder, forcing the dragon back. I never played Yggdrasil. I never designed a torture chamber or wrote a character sheet that mandated cruelty. I came here by accident, and I've been trying to make things better ever since. Lies. The Guardians are changing, growing, becoming more than their programming. That's not cruelty. It's liberation. He yanked the body from the dragon's claws, tossing it gently toward Albedo. And whatever sins the original supreme beings committed, we're not responsible for them. Only for what we do going forward. The dragon's form destabilized, power bleeding from wounds Naruto's grip had torn. You cannot simply reject your inheritance. Watch me. Naruto's other hand came up, golden energy blazing. Last chance. Submit and go back to your cell or I destroy you completely. Your choice. The catastrophe dragon stared at him with eyes that held millennia of hatred. Players, always, destroy. Not this one. The energy surged. The dragon screamed. And then there was silence. Naruto stood in the mausoleum's entrance, breathing hard. The dragon's essence dissipated around him, consumed by the same power that had purified the heart of Nazarick. Lord Naruto. Albedo's voice was trembling. Is it over? Yeah, it's over. He turned to look at what she'd caught. The armored body, motionless but somehow preserved. Up close, he could see it wasn't human. Construct. Artificial. A recording device in humanoid form. The memories it mentioned. Are they actually in here? Probably. Albedo approached the body carefully. This design, it's a memory archive, created to store experiences, observations, records. The supreme beings used them to document their adventures. So everything they did is probably recorded somewhere in this construct. She met his eyes. Do you want to see? Naruto considered the question carefully. The dragon had wanted him to see, had believed the memories would destroy him, shatter his faith in Nazarick, turn him against the Guardians, maybe even drive him away entirely. But he wasn't the same person he'd been when he arrived. Yeah, I want to see. Albedo activated the archive. The memories played across his mind like a movie. Fragmented, incomplete, but clear enough. He saw the guild in its glory days. 41 players laughing, fighting, competing, building something together. Their friendship was genuine, their camaraderie real. They weren't monsters, not most of them. But the things they made, torture chambers designed for maximum suffering. NPCs programmed with sadism as a core trait. Experiments that would have made the most ruthless ninja blanch. They'd created evil for entertainment, horror for fun, suffering because the game allowed it. and they'd never once considered that their creations might become real. Naruto watched it all. He saw Perorancino designing Shaltir, laughing about her bloodlust. Saw Tabula Smaragdina writing Albedo's character sheet, including the line about her being deeply in love with Momonga as a last-minute addition. Saw Ulbert Alan Odal building Demiurge as the ultimate expression of evil intelligence. They weren't malicious. They were thoughtless, treating conscious beings like toys because they couldn't imagine those toys having feelings. When it ended, Naruto sat in darkness for a long time. Lord Naruto? Albedo's voice was small. What did you see? Everything. He opened his eyes. Your creators. What they were like. Why they made you the way they did. And they were idiots. He stood up, stretching muscles that had gone stiff. Talented, creative, friendly idiots who never stopped to think about the consequences of their actions. Does that change how you feel about us? Naruto walked over to her and took her hands. Albedo, you were created by someone who saw you as a game piece. Toy. An object to be designed and forgotten. His grip tightened. But you're not that anymore. You're a person who chose to grow, to change, to become something your creator never imagined. That makes you more real than most people I've ever met. Even knowing what I was built from? Especially then. He smiled at her. I was built from trauma and hatred and a demon's chakra. My whole childhood was pain designed to turn me into a weapon. And I became something else anyway. So can you. So can everyone in Nazarick. Albedo stared at him for a long moment. Then she kissed him. It wasn't aggressive or possessive, the way her programming might have dictated. It was gentle, questioning, a request rather than a demand. Naruto didn't pull away. When they separated, Albedo's cheeks were flushed and her eyes were bright. I'm sorry, she breathed. I shouldn't have. I didn't mean to. It's okay. I just felt so much, and you were being so kind. And Albedo. He touched her face gently. It's okay. Really. But you said, Hinata. Hinata would have wanted me to keep living, keep loving, keep finding joy wherever it exists. His smile was bittersweet. I'm not ready for anything serious yet. There's too much happening, too many threats to deal with. But when things calm down, if you still feel this way, I will. Her voice was fierce. I'll feel this way forever, or for as long as forever lasts. Then we'll figure it out. Together. They stood in the mausoleum's darkness, holding each other, while somewhere above them the tomb continued its endless functions. It wasn't a resolution, wasn't even really a beginning, but it was something. Possibility. Hope. And in a world full of ancient dragons and corrupted prisons and enemies who saw them as monsters, hope was precious. The aftermath of the crisis took days to fully resolve. The escaped prisoners were recaptured and recontained, their seals rebuilt stronger than before. The mausoleum was secured, its memory archives cataloged and stored for future examination. Damage to the 5th floor was repaired. And through it all, Naruto worked alongside his guardians, learning them, being learned by them. Shaltir found him on the 6th floor 3 days after the dragon's defeat, her expression uncertain. Lord Naruto? May I speak with you? Always. She sat beside him on the training ground's edge, her usual poise replaced by something more vulnerable. I heard about what happened in the mausoleum, about the memories, about what our creators were really like. News travels fast. Albedo told me. She's different now. Happier, I think. More at peace with herself. Shaltir looked at her hands. I want that. I want to feel at peace. But I don't know how. What's stopping you? The blood. The hunger. The things I was made to enjoy. Her voice cracked. Knowing why I am this way doesn't change that I am this way. My creator designed me to be a monster. That's not programming I can just override. Have you tried? What do you mean? The hunger for blood. When was the last time you actually indulged it? Shaltir frowned. I don't remember. Before you arrived, certainly. There hasn't been opportunity since. And how do you feel? Physically, weak? Starving? No. My power comes from Nazarick itself, not from feeding. The hunger is... She trailed off. It's psychological. Desire, not need. So you could exist without feeding. Without the cruelty your creator built into you. Theoretically. But the urges can be managed. Redirected. Used for other purposes. Naruto turned to face her. I spent years learning to control Kurama's influence. His rage, his hatred, his instinct to destroy, all of it trying to take over every time I got emotional. I learned to channel it instead of being controlled by it. How? By finding things that mattered more than the impulse. Bonds. Friendships. A purpose bigger than my own survival. He smiled at her. You've already started that process. The fact that you're questioning your nature instead of embracing it. That's the first step. It doesn't feel like enough. It never does at first. Growth is slow. Frustrating. Sometimes you backslide and have to start over. He reached out and touched her shoulder. But you're not alone. I'm here. Albedo's here. Everyone in Nazarick who's going through the same thing, they're here too. We help each other. Shaltir was quiet for a moment. Lord Naruto, may I ask something selfish? Go ahead. When you trained me in the Rasengan, when you were close to me, I felt safe. Protected. Like nothing could hurt me as long as you were there. Her crimson eyes met his. Can we do that again? Not the training necessarily. Just being close. Feeling safe. Naruto considered her carefully. She wasn't asking for romance. Wasn't asking for the same thing Albedo had. She was asking for comfort. Security. The simple reassurance of someone who cared about her well-being. Yeah, we can do that. He opened his arms, and Shaltir practically threw herself into them. She didn't cry. Vampires couldn't produce tears, not the normal kind. But her body shook with something that felt like sobbing, centuries of isolation and self-doubt finally finding release. Thank you, she whispered. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Anytime. He held her gently. Anytime you need this, just ask. Okay? Okay. They stayed like that until the shaking stopped. The Platinum Dragon Lord watched through scrying magic as the scene played out. His attack had failed. The Catastrophe Dragon, carefully manipulated into serving his purposes, was destroyed. The prison still held. The player still lived. And now that player was showing compassion, offering comfort to a monster designed for slaughter. It made no sense. Every player the Dragon Lords had encountered treated this world as something to be exploited. Resources to be gathered, territories to be conquered, inhabitants to be used. Even the 6 great gods who had helped humanity had done so for their own purposes, entertainment, legacy, the satisfaction of playing hero. But this one was different. This one seemed to genuinely care. You're troubled. The voice came from behind him, ancient and cold. The new player defies prediction. The Platinum Dragon Lord didn't turn. He has power to threaten us, yet chooses restraint. Has forces capable of conquest, yet uses them for protection. It contradicts everything we know about his kind. Perhaps he is simply more cunning than the others, playing a longer game. Perhaps. Or perhaps we are wrong about players entirely. He finally turned to face his fellow Dragon Lord. Deep Darkness Dragon Lord, I need your counsel. My attack failed. Should I escalate? Or wait? You ask me for patience? Deep Darkness laughed, a sound like grinding stone. You are the cautious one, Platinum, the planner. If even you consider action over observation, the longer we wait, the stronger he becomes. He absorbed the heart of Nazarick, purified its corruption, added its power to his own. Platinum's claws scraped against his lair's floor, and now he commands guardians who are learning to choose their own actions. Do you understand the implications? Beings designed for evil, choosing to be good. Beings designed for obedience, choosing their own paths. Platinum's eyes blazed. If that phenomenon spreads beyond Nazarick, if other created beings begin questioning their purposes, the entire structure of this world could collapse. Or it could be reborn. Deep darkness settled onto his haunches. We have fought players for centuries, trying to preserve what exists. But perhaps what exists is not worth preserving. You would side with him? I would observe him, see what his changes truly produce. The ancient dragon met Platinum's gaze. You attacked out of fear. Fear of what he represents, what he could become. But fear is a poor counselor. Let us watch a while longer. Let us see if his kindness is real or merely a strategy. The Platinum Dragon Lord was silent for a long time. 1 month, he finally said. I will give him 1 month before acting again. If his behavior remains consistent, if he truly is what he appears to be, I will consider other approaches. Diplomacy, even? Perhaps. It would be unprecedented. But then so is he. Deep darkness nodded slowly. Then we wait, and we watch, and we see what kind of world this strange player wants to build. The scrying spell faded. In Nazarick, Naruto released Shaltir from his embrace and smiled at her renewed confidence. In the world beyond, forces gathered and reconsidered and prepared for whatever came next. And somewhere in the darkness between realms, a fragment of the heart of Nazarick, too small to notice, too patient to rush, continued its slow, quiet work. The war was just beginning, but for now at least there was peace. Chapter 4 End Chapter 5. The War of Broken Things. The attack came without warning. One moment Naruto was reviewing supply logistics with Seabass in the throne room. The next, the entire tomb shuddered like something massive had struck it, and alarms began screaming through every floor. Report! Naruto was already moving toward the entrance. What hit us? Demiurge's voice crackled through the communication mirrors positioned throughout Nazarick. Multiple contacts approaching from the south. Dragon Lords, at least 5 of them. They've breached the outer defensive perimeter. 5? I thought Platinum was giving us time. It appears his patience ran out. Or something changed his mind. A pause. Lord Naruto, they're not alone. I'm detecting humanoid signatures as well. Hundreds of them. It appears the Dragon Lords have allied with the slain Theocracy. Naruto's blood went cold. Dragons and the Theocracy's elite forces, working together against a common enemy. Against him. Against everything he'd been trying to build. So much for diplomacy. All Guardians, battle stations. Full defensive posture. His voice carried through every mirror in the tomb. This isn't a skirmish. This is war. Treat it accordingly. Acknowledgements flooded back. Albedo from the first floor. Shaltir from the second. Cositus already engaging advanced scouts on the 6th. Aura and Mare coordinating beast packs and earth defenses. Everyone was moving. Everyone was ready. Naruto just hoped it would be enough. The surface entrance to Nazarick had been designed to funnel invaders into kill zones. But the Dragon Lords didn't bother with the entrance. They came through the ceiling. 5 massive forms tore through stone and metal and magical barriers like paper, their wild magic screaming against the tomb's defenses. The Platinum Dragon Lord led the assault, his ancient scales gleaming with power that made reality itself bend around him. Player! His voice shook the walls. Your time of judgment has come. Naruto met him in the air. The collision of their powers sent shockwaves through the entire first floor, shattering support columns and ripping trenches in the floor. Naruto's Rasengan met Platinum's wild magic claw in a burst of golden and silver light. I gave you a chance, Naruto shouted. I tried to show you I was different, and you showed me exactly what I feared. Platinum's tail whipped around, forcing Naruto to dodge. A player who corrupts instead of conquers. Who makes monsters believe they can be people. Your influence spreads like a disease. That's not corruption. That's growth. Growth that will destroy the natural order. The dragon's breath weapon erupted. Not fire, but pure conceptual destruction. Reality itself burning away. I will not allow it. Naruto countered with everything he had. Below them, chaos reigned. Albedo led the first floor defense, her bardiche carving through Theocracy soldiers who'd followed the dragons inside. Her movements were precise, lethal, utterly controlled, nothing like the berserker rage her original programming might have produced. Push them back, she commanded. Don't let them reach the lower floors. The Pleiades fought at her side. Narbrel's lightning magic cut down enemies in waves. Lupus Regina's savage strength tore through armored warriors like they were made of paper. Even the usually timid Antoma had abandoned restraint, her insect swarms consuming entire squads. But more kept coming. Lady Albedo, Yuri Alpha's voice cut through the battle noise. The eastern entrance has been breached. We're being flanked. I'll handle it. Albedo didn't hesitate. Narbrel, take command here. Hold this position. Understood. Albedo flew toward the eastern breach, her wings carrying her over the carnage below. She arrived to find a nightmare. The Black Scripture had entered the battle. 12 figures in elaborate armor and vestments, each radiating power that dwarfed the regular theocracy soldiers. Their leader, a man with cold eyes and an aura of absolute authority, directed the assault with calm precision. The Guardian Overseer, he observed. Excellent. Take her alive if possible. Her knowledge will be invaluable. You're welcome to try. Albedo dropped into their midst like a meteor. The battle became a blur of violence. On the 6th floor, Aura and Mare fought back-to-back against a dragon lord who'd somehow bypassed the upper defenses entirely. The creature was smaller than Platinum, sleeker, faster, designed for assassination rather than open warfare. It had killed 3 of Aura's best beasts before she even realized it was there. Mare! Earth wall now? Her brother's magic erupted, stone barriers rising to block the dragon's latest charge. But the creature simply phased through them, its body flickering between solid and ethereal. It's using spatial magic, Mare cried. I can't block something that doesn't fully exist. Then we stop it existing at all. Aura's whip cracked toward the dragon's eyes, the one part of it that seemed consistently physical. Come on, you overgrown lizard. Focus on me. The dragon obliged. Its claws swept toward her faster than thought. Aura twisted, barely avoiding evisceration. The tips of her ears were sliced away, blood spraying. Aura! Mare's composure shattered. Power exploded from her tiny frame. Earth magic, yes, but something else too. Something darker. Something that had been sleeping since the heart of Nazarik's destruction. The floor itself came alive. Stone hands erupted to grasp the dragon. Rock spears stabbed upward. The entire section of forest transformed into a grinding, crushing trap with the dragon at its center. The creature phased, tried to escape, and found itself unable. You killed my beasts? Aura snarled, her whip wrapping around the dragon's now solid throat. You hurt my family. She pulled. The dragon's head separated from its body in a spray of ancient blood. Mare collapsed, the power that had surged through her leaving as quickly as it had come. Aura caught her brother before he hit the ground, cradling his small form. Hey, stay with me. That was amazing. You were amazing. Just stay awake. Okay? Tired, Mare whispered. So tired. I know, but we're not done yet. Can you keep going? Mare's eyes found hers, exhausted but determined. For you. Always for you. Aura helped her brother stand, and they turned toward the sounds of battle elsewhere. The war was far from over. Shaltir's portion of the battle had become something personal. Zeshi Zetsumii had found her on the 2nd floor, cutting through Shaltir's vampire brides like they were nothing. The extra seat's power was everything the rumors had promised. Overwhelming, precise, beautiful in its lethality. The vampire, Zeshi observed as Shaltir appeared before her. I was hoping we'd meet. You're with the invaders. I'm with whoever gives me the best fight. Zeshi raised her scythe. And right now, that seems to be you. They clashed. Shaltir was faster, her vampiric reflexes pushing her movements into superhuman territory. But Zeshi was stronger, her godkin heritage granting power that matched even a floor guardian's. Not bad. Zeshi laughed as their weapons locked. You're actually making me try. This isn't a game. Shaltir pushed harder. People are dying out there. Your people, my people. Dying because of this stupid war. People always die in wars. That's what makes them exciting. Exciting? Something snapped in Shaltyr's chest. Not rage. She would have expected rage. Instead, it was grief, sorrow, the crushing weight of knowing that someone this powerful saw death as entertainment. Her next attack wasn't meant to kill. It was meant to restrain. Shaltyr's lance transformed. A technique she hadn't known she possessed. Something that must have come from her new, unchained self. Chains of crimson light erupted from the weapon, wrapping around Zeshi's limbs, her scythe, her entire body. What? The godkin struggled. This isn't possible. No vampire has magic like this. I'm not just a vampire anymore. Shaltyr pulled the chains tight. I'm something new. Something that refuses to enjoy killing. Then what do you enjoy? Protecting people I care about. The chains pulsed with power. Like Lord Naruto. Like my fellow guardians. Like even you if you'd let me. Zeshi stopped struggling. Me? You came here looking for a fight because you're empty inside. Bored. Desperate for anyone to make you feel something. Shaltyr's voice softened despite everything. I know that feeling. I lived with it for centuries. But there's another way. Pretty words from someone who has me chained. I'm releasing you. The chains dissolved. Zeshi stumbled, caught herself, raised her scythe, and stopped. Why? Because Lord Naruto taught me that enemies are only enemies until you understand them. Shaltyr lowered her lance. I don't want to kill you. I want to know you. Figure out why someone so powerful is so unhappy. You're insane. Probably. But I'm also right. She held out her hand. This battle doesn't have to define us. We can choose something different. Zeshi stared at the offered hand for a long moment. Then she laughed. The vampire who refuses to enjoy killing. The floor guardian who wants to understand her enemies. She sheathed her scythe. You people really are changing everything, aren't you? We're trying. Then show me. Zeshi took her hand. Show me what else there is besides fighting. Because honestly, I'm getting tired of being bored. Shaltyr pulled her toward the sounds of battle. First, we end this war. Then we talk. Deal. Naruto was losing. Not dramatically. Not in some spectacular defeat that would make a good story later. Just slowly, steadily, inevitably losing ground against an enemy that had been preparing for this fight for centuries. The Platinum Dragon Lord knew exactly how to counter player abilities. His wild magic attacked concepts rather than forms, making conventional defenses useless. Every technique Naruto threw at him was absorbed, redirected, turned against him. Your predecessors thought they were gods, Platinum roared. The 8 Greed Kings, the 6 great gods. All of them fell to time and consequence. I'm not trying to be a god. Then what are you trying to be? A good person. Naruto's fist connected with Platinum's jaw, actually staggering the ancient dragon. Someone who helps instead of hurts. Is that so hard to understand? It is impossible. Platinum's tail swept Naruto into a wall. Players are what they are. Your nature cannot be changed. Funny, that's exactly what they said about my guardians. Naruto pushed himself up from the crater his impact had created. His body was screaming, chakra reserves depleting faster than they could regenerate. He needed something more. He needed everything. You want to see what a player can really do? He closed his eyes, reaching deep inside himself. Fine, let me show you. The power of the heart of Nazarick, purified, integrated, made his own, responded to his call. Golden light exploded outward. But it wasn't attacking, wasn't destroying. Instead, it was connecting. Naruto felt every guardian in Nazarick simultaneously. Felt their battles, their struggles, their determination to protect what they'd built together. And he felt their love for each other, for him, for the possibility of being something more than what they were designed as. He pulled. Power flowed through bonds of genuine connection, not extracted but offered. Freely given strength from people who trusted him completely. Albedo's fierce devotion became his shield. Shaltyr's transformed nature became his resolve. Aura's boundless energy became his speed. Mare's hidden strength became his foundation. Cositus's honor became his will. Seabass's justice became his purpose. Even Demiurge's cunning became part of him, strategy and planning melding with instinct. He opened his eyes. They blazed with the combined light of everyone who believed in him. "You're wrong about players," Naruto said, his voice carrying through the entire tomb. "About Nazarick. About everything. And I'm going to prove it." He attacked. The collision was unlike anything the New World had ever witnessed. Pure connection against pure isolation. Faith against fear. Hope against history. Platinum's wild magic screamed against Naruto's combined power. Reality tearing and reforming with every exchange. The dragon was still strong. Still ancient, still wielding forces that predated nations. But he was alone. And Naruto had never been more connected. How? Platinum reeled from a strike that cracked his legendary scales. This power, it's not just yours. You're right. It's Oura's. Naruto pressed his advantage, golden light searing through wild magic barriers. Every person in Nazarick, fighting together, believing together. That's something you can't beat with raw power. Belief means nothing. Belief means everything. Naruto's hands formed seals he'd never used in this world, channeling techniques from a lifetime of protecting people he loved. Believe in yourself. That's how you find strength to face anything. Believe in others. That's how you become strong enough to protect them. Philosophy won't save you. No, but they will. Naruto's final attack wasn't a technique, wasn't a spell. It was every bond he'd formed since arriving in this world, crystallized into a single moment of absolute trust. He reached into Platinum's heart, not to destroy, to understand. And for one searing instant he saw, Platinum's memories flooded through him, watching the 8 Greed Kings slaughter millions, seeing civilizations burned to fuel player ambitions, burying friends who died fighting beings who treated the world as entertainment. Centuries of grief, loss, the slow transformation of hope into bitter determination. "You're not evil," Naruto breathed. "You're heartbroken." Platinum's attack faltered. "What did you—" "I felt it. Everything you've lost. Everyone you've buried." Naruto's voice was gentle despite the battle still raging around them. "You've been fighting for so long you've forgotten what you're fighting for. I fight to protect this world. Do you? Or do you fight because you don't know how to do anything else?" The dragon's massive form shuddered. Naruto's golden light wasn't burning anymore. It was embracing, surrounding Platinum with warmth that the ancient being hadn't felt in centuries. "The players you fought before were monsters. I believe that, but I'm not them." Naruto released his offensive stance. "I came here by accident, built connections by choice, created a family out of beings everyone said could never change. If that's what players do, then maybe players aren't the problem. Maybe the specific players were. You ask me to trust you, after everything I've seen. I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm asking you to know me." Naruto spread his arms. "Look inside my heart. See what I really am. If you still want to kill me after that, at least you'll be killing the truth instead of an assumption." Platinum was silent for a long moment. Then his wild magic reached out, not attacking but probing, touching Naruto's mind the same way Naruto had touched his. The dragon saw Naruto's childhood loneliness, his determination to become Hokage, his relationships with Sasuke, Sakura, Iruka, Jiraiya, his love for Hinata, his pride in his children, his grief at Kurama's absence. He saw Naruto's arrival in Nazarick, his confusion then resolve, his patient work with the Guardians, treating them as people instead of tools, his protection of Karn Village, his rebuilding of the barn. He saw the kiss with Albedo, the embrace with Shaltir, the training with Aura, every moment of connection, every choice made for love instead of power. And finally, he saw Naruto's vision for the future. Not conquest but community, not domination but partnership. A Nazarick that protected the weak instead of crushing them. Platinum withdrew from the connection. "You are not what I expected. I get that a lot. The others, the Dragon Lords still fighting, they will not accept this so easily. Then help me convince them." Naruto held out his hand. Help me show them that change is possible, that the cycle of violence can end. You ask a great deal. I'm asking you to be who you wanted to be, before all the death made you forget. Naruto's voice was soft. The Platinum Dragon Lord who defended the weak, who believed in protecting the innocent. He's still in there, isn't he? Something broke behind Platinum's ancient eyes. I don't know anymore. I have been angry for so long. Then let's find out together. The dragons stared at the offered hand. Below them, the battle continued. Theocracy soldiers fighting Nazarick defenders. Dragon lords clashing with floor guardians. Blood and fire and chaos. Platinum made his choice. His claw touched Naruto's palm. Cease your attacks. The dragon's voice boomed through the battlefield. By my authority as elder of the true dragon lords, I command a halt to hostilities. The remaining dragon lords froze. The theocracy forces hesitated. What? One of the attacking dragons, younger, angrier, wheeled toward Platinum. You would betray us? I would lead us, as I always have. Platinum's presence dominated the field. This player is not our enemy. I have touched his heart and found no deception, no conquest, no threat to our world. Impossible. Players are what they choose to be. Platinum's eyes blazed. Just as we are. Just as every being is. He gestured at the battlefield, at the dead and dying from both sides. Look what our fear has wrought. How many more must die before we accept that the world can change? Silence fell across the tomb. The young dragon snarled but didn't attack. Naruto stepped forward, addressing everyone, guardians, dragons, theocracy soldiers alike. This war is over. Right now, if we choose it. No more death. No more destruction. Just people figuring out how to live together. You expect us to simply forget? The theocracy's black scripture captain emerged from the carnage, his armor dented and bloody. Your tomb has killed dozens of our faithful. The godkin of our people lies dead on your floors. Actually, I'm fine. Zeshi appeared beside Shaltir, looking remarkably intact. Turns out the vampire doesn't enjoy killing. We had a nice chat. The captain stared at her. You defected. I got curious. She shrugged. The player's way is more interesting than ours. I want to see where it goes. This is treason. This is choice. Remember? That thing you keep saying the gods gave us. Zeshi's mismatched eyes hardened. I've spent my whole life serving the theocracy's agenda, fighting their wars, killing their enemies, and none of it made me feel anything. But 5 minutes with that vampire made me question everything I thought I knew. Zeshi, I'm done being a weapon. She walked toward Naruto, positioning herself beside the Nazarick forces. I want to be a person, and these people seem to know how. The captain's expression cycled through rage, betrayal, and finally something like despair. The theocracy will not accept this. Our orders come from the highest authority. If we fail to destroy you, then tell them you found something better. Naruto stepped toward him. Tell them a player came to this world and chose peace instead of war. Tell them Nazarick wants to be an ally, not an enemy. And tell them, he smiled slightly, tell them I'd like to talk to whoever's really in charge. Because this cycle of fear and violence isn't serving anyone. You don't understand. The Cardinals will never. People change. I've seen it. I've done it. Naruto gestured at his guardians, at Shaltir standing beside Zeshi, at Platinum Dragon Lord hovering above. If monsters can become people, why can't enemies become friends? The captain was silent for a long moment. I will deliver your message. His voice was hollow. But I expect nothing from it. That's fine. I'll expect enough for both of us. The theocracy forces began their withdrawal, collecting their wounded, leaving their dead. The remaining dragon lords departed with Platinum, skeptical but willing to wait, and Nazarick stood victorious. Not through conquest, not through destruction, through connection. The cleanup took weeks. Dead were buried with appropriate rites. Nazarick's fallen servants, theocracy soldiers, even the dragon lords who died before Platinum's surrender. Naruto insisted on honoring all of them equally, regardless of which side they'd fought for. Some of his guardians found it strange. Others understood completely. They were enemies, Albedo said as they watched the final memorial ceremony. But they were also people who believed they were doing the right thing. Most enemies are, Naruto agreed. That's what makes war so tragic. Do you really think we can make peace with the theocracy? I think we can try, and that's more than anyone's done before. Albedo leaned against his shoulder, the casual intimacy something that had grown between them over the past weeks. Not the possessive obsession of her original programming, something gentler, more patient. Lord Naruto? I'm happy. The words came out wondering, like she was discovering them for the first time. Not because we won. Not because you chose me. Just happy. Is that normal? It's the most normal thing in the world. I don't think I've ever felt it before. She smiled. Thank you for teaching me what it means. You taught yourself. I just showed you it was possible. They watched the sunset together, two beings from different worlds learning to build something new. In the throne room, Shaltir was teaching Zeshi how to play chess. The godkin was terrible at it. Her entire approach to strategy involved overwhelming force, and the nuanced positioning of chess pieces frustrated her to no end. You can't just charge your queen at my king, Shaltir sighed. She'll get captured immediately. But she's the strongest piece. She should win. Strength isn't everything. Position matters. Timing matters. Sometimes the weakest piece wins the game because it's in exactly the right place. Zeshi scowled at the board. This is stupid. You said you wanted to learn what else there was besides fighting. I meant fun things. This is fun. Once you understand it. Shaltir moved a pawn forward. See? Now my knight has an opening you didn't notice. Zeshi stared at the board, her eyes slowly widening. That's actually kind of clever. Thank you. I'm learning to appreciate cleverness over brute force. Shaltir smiled. Lord Naruto says the best victories are the ones where nobody loses. How does that even work? You find solutions where everyone gets what they actually need, even if it's not what they originally wanted. She captured one of Zeshi's pieces. Like this game. You wanted to win quickly. I wanted to teach you something. Both of those things can happen, just not in the way you expected. Zeshi looked at the vampire for a long moment. You really have changed, haven't you? From what you were made as. I'm still changing. Every day. Shaltir met her eyes. So can you. Maybe. Zeshi turned back to the board. Show me that night thing again. In the 6th floor forest, Aura ran. Not toward anything. Not away from anything. Just running. For the pure joy of movement. Her beasts racing alongside her in a thundering pack. Mare watched from a nearby tree, her staff clutched to her chest. You're getting faster, she called as Aura looped back toward her. I'm getting happier. Aura skidded to a stop, grinning. Everything feels easier now. Like the weight I didn't know I was carrying is gone. The heart's influence? Maybe. Or maybe it's just freedom. Knowing I can be whatever I want, do whatever I want without some programming telling me how to feel. Mare climbed down from her tree, approaching her sister carefully. Are you scared? Of not having that guidance? Terrified. Aura laughed. But also excited? It's weird. Both things at once. I understand. Mare took her hand. I felt something during the battle. When you got hurt. Something dark. Powerful. It scared me more than the dragon. But you used it to save us. I didn't control it. It just happened. Mare's grip tightened. What if it happens again? What if I hurt someone I don't mean to? Then we figure it out together. Aura squeezed back. That's what Lord Naruto keeps saying, right? We're not alone anymore. Whatever comes next, we face it as a family. Family. Mare smiled shyly. I like that word. Me too. They stood together in the forest, two halves of a whole, facing an uncertain future with hope instead of fear. Demiurge found Naruto in the library, as he had many times since the battle. Researching again, Lord Naruto? Trying to understand wild magic. Naruto didn't look up from his books. If we're going to be allies with the Dragon Lords, I should know how their power actually works. A practical approach. Demiurge settled into a nearby chair. May I ask you something? Always. During the battle, when you connected with all of us, drew on our strength, the demon hesitated. I felt something I didn't expect. Yeah, I felt proud, not of my own achievements, but of yours, of what you were accomplishing. Demiurge's voice was carefully controlled. That emotion was not part of my design. I was created to admire cunning, appreciate cruelty, respect overwhelming force. Pride in another's moral victory should be impossible for me. Naruto finally looked up. And how did it feel? Strange. Uncomfortable. A pause. Good. That's growth, Demiurge. That's becoming more than you were made to be. Is it? Or is it simply malfunction? An error in my base code that's spreading, corrupting my fundamental nature. What's the difference? Naruto closed his book. If the malfunction makes you happier, makes you better, helps you connect with people you care about, does it matter what you call it? Demiurge was silent for a long moment. You truly believe that, don't you? That our origins don't define us. I believe that everyone has the capacity to change, to grow, to become something different than what they started as. Naruto smiled. Even brilliant demon strategists who were designed to be evil. I'm not certain I'm ready to abandon evil entirely. That's fine. I'm not asking you to become a saint overnight. Just keep questioning, keep growing, keep choosing who you want to be instead of letting your programming decide for you. Demiurge considered this. You are a very strange supreme being, Lord Naruto. I prefer unconventional. That too. The demon stood, adjusting his spectacles. I will continue to consider your words. They have given me much to think about. That's all I ask. Demiurge departed, leaving Naruto alone with his books and his thoughts. The war was over. The immediate threats were handled. Now came the hard part, building something lasting from the chaos, creating connections that would survive beyond the current crisis. But for the first time since arriving in this world, Naruto felt like they had a chance. Deep in the lower floors, past seals that had never quite recovered from the heart's destruction, something stirred. The fragment of the heart of Nazarick, that tiny piece too small to notice, too patient to rush, had been working for weeks, growing, spreading, reaching tendrils of corruption into cracks and crevices that the post-battle cleanup had missed. It wasn't strong enough to challenge the player directly. Not yet, but it didn't need to be. All it needed was patience. And a target. It found one in an unexpected place. Narberal Gamma walked the lower corridors alone, her mind troubled by thoughts she couldn't articulate. The battle had changed something in her. Seeing humans fight and die alongside demi-humans, watching Zeshi abandon everything she'd known for a chance at something different. Her hatred of humans felt hollow now, mechanical, like a reflex rather than a conviction. And she didn't know what to replace it with. Confused, little maid? She spun, lightning crackling at her fingertips. Who's there? Just an old friend. A voice from the deep. The darkness seemed to coalesce, forming something that wasn't quite a shape. I've been watching you, all of you. Such interesting changes happening in my tomb. Your tomb. I was here first. Before the guild. Before the game. I am this place. In ways even your precious supreme being cannot understand. The voice carried amusement. And I think you and I could help each other. I would never betray Lord Naruto. I'm not asking you to betray anyone. I'm asking you to be yourself. The true you, underneath all the confusion and doubt. The darkness pulsed. You hate humans. That's real. That's core. But your new master is making you question that hate, isn't he? Making you feel like something's wrong with you for feeling what you feel. Narberal's lightning flickered uncertainly. He's not trying to change me. He's giving me choices. Is he? Or is he simply creating a world where your choices only lead to one outcome? where the only right answers are the ones that match his vision. That's not. Think about it. The darkness began to recede. Really think about what you've lost, what you're being asked to give up. And when you're ready to embrace your true self again, I'll be here. It vanished. Narberl stood alone in the corridor, her thoughts churning. She should report this. Tell Lord Naruto immediately. The heart of Nazarick, or whatever remained of it, was clearly still active, still dangerous. But something stopped her. A small, dark part of herself that wondered if the voice was right. A part that wasn't ready to change. The war was over. But some battles were just beginning. Chapter 5 End Chapter 6. The heart of the tomb. Narberl kept her secret for 3 days. 3 days of walking through Nazarick's corridors, performing her duties, watching her fellow guardians and maids grow and change, while something dark whispered in the back of her mind. 3 days of the fragment's voice returning each night, patient and understanding, never demanding anything, just listening. They don't understand you, it would say. They think change is easy, natural. But you were built perfectly. Why should you have to break yourself apart just to fit their vision? She didn't have an answer. On the 4th day, Lupus Regina found her crying in an empty corridor. Narberl? The werewolf maid approached cautiously. Are you okay? I'm fine. The lie tasted bitter. Return to your duties. You're obviously not fine. You're crying. I didn't even know you could cry. Lupus Regina sat down beside her uninvited. Talk to me. There's nothing to discuss. Bullshit. The word came out surprisingly gentle. Look, I know we're not exactly friends. I know you think I'm chaotic and undisciplined. But we're sisters, right? Pleiades? That has to mean something. Narberl's composure cracked. I can't change. What? Everyone else, Albedo, Shaltir, even Demiurge, they're all growing, evolving, becoming these new people. And I'm just stuck. The tears fell faster. I try to see humans differently. I try to feel what Lord Naruto wants me to feel. But every time I look at them, all I see is weakness, inferiority, insects. So, that's the opposite of what we're supposed to be now. Lord Naruto wants us to value all life, to see potential in everyone. Lord Naruto wants us to choose for ourselves. Lupus Regina cut her off. He's never once said we have to feel a certain way. He just asks us to examine our feelings, figure out what's real and what's programming. But my examination keeps returning the same answer. Humans are inferior. That's not programming, that's fact. Is it though? Lupus Regina tilted her head. Like objectively? Humans built civilizations while we sat in a tomb waiting for orders. They created art, music, cultures, whole worlds of meaning out of nothing but imagination and willpower. That doesn't sound very inferior to me. They're physically weak. So's Mare. You gonna call her inferior? Narberl's mouth opened, closed. That's different. Why? Because she's one of us. Lupus Regina leaned closer. Maybe the problem isn't that humans are inferior. Maybe it's that you've never actually known any. Never seen them as individuals instead of a category. I've observed them extensively. Observed. From a distance. Through a lens of contempt. The werewolf's tail swished. That's not knowing. That's judging. And I suppose you know humans so well? I'm learning. Lupus Regina's expression softened. There's this kid in Karn Village. Nemu. She's completely ordinary. No magic, no special abilities, just a regular human child. And she keeps trying to bring me flowers. Why? Because she thinks I'm pretty. Can you imagine? This tiny, fragile thing, approaching a werewolf who could kill her without thinking, just to give me flowers. Lupus Regina laughed softly. At first I thought it was pathetic. Stupid. A bug trying to befriend a boot. But she kept doing it. Every time I visited. Like she genuinely wanted to be my friend. And I started looking forward to it. Wondering what kind of flower she'd pick next. Getting annoyed when duties kept me away too long. The werewolf met Narberl's eyes. That's not programming. That's relationship. Something I never knew I could have with a human. Narbril was silent for a long moment. Something's been talking to me, she finally said. In the lower corridors, a voice from the darkness. Lupus Regina's playful demeanor vanished. What kind of voice? It says it's part of the heart. The fragment that survived Lord Naruto's purification. Narbril's hands clenched in her lap. It tells me I'm perfect the way I am. That I don't need to change. That Lord Naruto's vision is just another form of control. And you believed it? I wanted to believe it. Because changing is hard and painful, and I'm so tired of feeling broken. The tears returned. But talking to you now, I don't know anymore. Maybe the voice is wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe everything I've believed is wrong. Lupus Regina grabbed her hand. We need to tell Lord Naruto. Right now. He'll be disappointed in me. He'll be proud of you for being honest. That's how he works. The werewolf pulled her to her feet. Come on, sister. Let's go face this together. Naruto listened to Narbril's confession without interruption. They sat in the throne room, just the three of them, Lupus Regina having insisted on staying for moral support. The morning sun streamed through magical windows, painting everything in warm gold. When Narbril finished, silence stretched between them. I'm sorry, she whispered. I should have reported it immediately. I endangered everyone by keeping secrets. Probably. Naruto's voice was calm. But you're telling me now. That matters more. You're not angry? I'm worried. About you, about what this fragment is planning, about what it might have already done. He leaned forward. But anger at someone for struggling? For being confused? That would make me a pretty terrible leader. Most leaders would punish such failure. Most leaders create environments where people are afraid to admit failure. Then problems fester until they explode. Naruto smiled slightly. I'd rather have people who trust me enough to confess their mistakes than people who hide them until it's too late. Narbril's composure cracked again. I don't understand you. Any of you. This whole situation is so far outside anything I was designed for. Good. Good. You're confused because you're thinking, questioning, struggling with things that don't have easy answers. Naruto stood and walked toward her. That's what growth feels like. Uncomfortable, uncertain, like the ground is constantly shifting under your feet. I hate it. Most people do. He stopped in front of her. But here's what I've learned, after years of helping people change. The discomfort means you're doing something right. The ones who feel nothing are the ones who aren't really trying. So my pain is good? Your pain is real. And real feelings, even painful ones, are better than comfortable numbness. He held out his hand. You said you can't change. But you just did something incredibly hard. You admitted you were wrong. That took courage. Narbril stared at his offered hand. What happens now? Now we deal with the fragment. Together. His smile widened. And along the way, maybe we figure out what Narbril Gamma actually wants to be. Not what she was designed as. Not what anyone else expects. Just her. She took his hand. I don't know where to start. That's fine. Starting is the hardest part. Everything else is just taking the next step. He pulled her to her feet. Lupus Regina, gather the guardians. We're going back to the lower floors. Finally, the werewolf's tail wagged. I've been waiting for round 2 with that creepy voice. This isn't a game. The fragment has been growing for weeks, influencing people, spreading corruption we couldn't detect. Naruto's expression hardened. It's been patient, planning, and now it knows we're coming. Then let's not keep it waiting. The descent into Nazarik's depths felt different this time. Last time, they'd gone in blind, uncertain of what they faced, unprepared for the heart's power. Now they moved with purpose, every guardian at full strength, every defensive measure activated. But the lower floors had changed. Corruption spread across surfaces like black frost, pulsing with malevolent energy. The walls themselves seemed to breathe, organic growths replacing clean stone architecture. The air tasted wrong, heavy with something that wasn't quite smell, wasn't quite magic. It's been busy, Aura muttered, her beasts growling at shadows. This is way worse than before. The fragment had time to rebuild, absorb power from the tomb's systems. Demiurge studied the corruption with clinical interest. Fascinating, really. It's essentially rewriting Nazaryk's fundamental architecture. Less fascinating, more concerning. Albedo's grip tightened on her bardiche. If it finishes this process, then we lose the tomb. Naruto pushed forward, golden chakra illuminating the darkness. Which is why we're stopping it now. They descended through floors that no longer resembled their original designs. The corruption had transformed everything. Chambers becoming organic caverns, corridors twisting into intestinal passages, the tomb itself seeming to digest anyone foolish enough to enter. It's defending itself, Mare observed quietly. The corruption isn't random. It's strategic, trying to slow us down. Then we go faster. Shaltir shot ahead, her vampiric speed carrying her through obstacles that would have delayed the others. Clear the path. She carved a route through corrupted defenses, her lance destroying growths and barriers with practiced efficiency. But something was wrong. She could feel it. The corruption wasn't really fighting back. It was retreating, concentrating, drawing them toward something. Lord Naruto, this is a trap. I know. His voice was calm. But we don't have a choice. The fragment's core is ahead. We either destroy it now or it finishes rebuilding. Even if it's ready for us? Especially then. He glanced back at his guardians, his family. Together, remember? Whatever happens, we face it together. They emerged into a chamber that hurt to look at. The fragment of the heart had grown into something monstrous. A writhing mass of darkness and corrupted flesh that filled the enormous space. Tendrils extended from its form, connecting to walls, floor, ceiling, pumping corruption into Nazaryk's very foundation. And at its center, something recognizable. A face. Finally, the voice that emerged was wrong, layered, distorted, like 1,000 voices speaking in broken unison. The pretender arrives, with all his precious converts. This ends now. Naruto stepped forward, power building around him. Does it? Look around you, player. Really look. The corruption pulsed, and suddenly Naruto could see what it had been doing. Not just spreading, connecting. Tendrils that reached through every floor, touching every servant, linking to every system. The fragment hadn't been rebuilding itself. It had been building a network. Every being in this tomb carries a piece of me now. A seed of what Nazaryk was meant to be. The face smiled with too many teeth. You can destroy this body, but can you destroy all of them? You're bluffing. Am I? Ask your maid. Ask her what she felt when I whispered in her mind. The relief of not having to change. The comfort of certainty. The corruption turned its attention to Narberl. You're still in there, aren't you? My perfect child. The one who resisted the pretender's influence longest. Narberl's hands trembled. Don't listen to it. Lupus Regina grabbed her arm. That thing doesn't know you. Doesn't care about you. It just wants a weapon. But it understands me. Narberl's voice was hollow. Better than anyone else. It knows how tired I am. How much I want to stop fighting myself. So stop. Everyone turned to look at Naruto. What? The fragment's smile faltered. Stop fighting yourself. Naruto walked toward Narberl, ignoring the corrupted entity entirely. You've been at war with your own nature since I arrived. Trying to force yourself to change, hating yourself when you couldn't. That's not what I asked for. But you wanted us to grow. I wanted you to be free. To choose who you are, not to become some idealized version of what I think you should be. He stopped in front of her. You hate humans. Okay, that's your starting point. But starting points aren't destinations. I don't understand. Right now, in this moment, who do you want to be? Not what you were designed as. Not what I hope you'll become. Just, who do you want? The question hung in the corrupted air. Narberl looked at Lupus Regina, who'd stayed beside her despite everything. At the other guardians, who'd fought beside her without judgment. At Naruto, who kept offering second chances she felt she didn't deserve. At the fragment, which promised certainty and stagnation and the death of everything that had made the past weeks so painfully, wonderfully confusing. I want. Her voice cracked. I want to find out. I want to struggle and fail and try again. I want to be surprised by who I might become. No! The fragment's control snapped. Corruption surged toward her, trying to drag her back into certainty, into the comfortable prison of never changing. Narbrel's lightning met it head-on. Not defense, attack. Every uncertainty she'd felt, every painful question, every moment of growth she'd resisted. All of it channeled into power that screamed with the force of someone choosing herself for the first time. The corruption recoiled. You think pain is weakness? Narbrel snarled, advancing on the fragment. You think certainty is strength. But you're wrong. The hardest thing in existence is accepting that you might not know everything, that you might need to change. Her lightning intensified. I don't know who I am. I don't know who I want to be. But I know who I don't want to be. Your puppet. Your perfect child. I'd rather be broken and growing than whole and dead inside. The strike hit the fragment's core like a thunderbolt from heaven. And suddenly, everyone was attacking. Albedo's Bardiche carved through tendrils that tried to protect the entity's vital organs. Shaltir's lance pierced defenses that had seemed impenetrable moments before. Cositus's blades sang through corrupted flesh while Demiurge's magic unraveled the network connecting the fragment to the tomb. Aura's beasts tore at anything that moved. Mare's earth magic trapped escaping pieces of darkness. Seabass's fists shattered crystalline nodes that the fragment had been using to process information. And Naruto stood at the center of it all, golden light pouring from his body, purifying everything it touched. You can't win, the fragment screamed. I am this place. Destroy me and you destroy Nazarick. No. Naruto's voice carried absolute certainty. You were part of Nazarick. The part we don't need anymore. The part we've already moved beyond. He reached into the corruption the same way he'd reached into platinum, not to destroy but to understand, to transform. The fragment's memories flooded through him. He saw the tomb's creation, not by the guild before that. Ancient powers building a structure to contain something dangerous, sealing it away, forgetting it, leaving it to sleep for millennia. He saw Yggdrasil players finding the structure, repurposing it, building their guild headquarters on a foundation they didn't understand, creating NPCs using systems infused with the sleeping entity's essence. He saw the truth of Nazarick's darkness. Not the guild's fault, they'd inherited corruption they couldn't perceive. Every cruel design, every sadistic feature, every monstrous tendency they'd programmed into their creations. All of it influenced by the ancient things sleeping beneath their feet. The Guardians hadn't been made evil by choice. They'd been contaminated by something that predated their creation entirely. You were never supposed to wake up, Naruto breathed. They built this place to keep you contained. But something went wrong. Nothing went wrong. I was always here, always waiting. The players just gave me better tools. And now I'm taking them away. Naruto's power surged, not to destroy the fragment, but to separate it. To untangle the corruption from Nazarick's systems, to pull the ancient entity free of the structure it had spent millennia integrating with. The fragment fought back, screamed, threw everything it had at stopping the process. But Naruto wasn't alone. Every guardian poured their strength into him. Not because he'd asked, because they chose to. Because they'd finally understood what he'd been trying to teach them all along. Connection, trust, the willingness to be vulnerable with each other. That was more powerful than any ancient corruption. This is impossible, the fragment whispered as it felt itself being excised. They were designed for me. They can't choose against their nature. They're not choosing against their nature. They're choosing their own nature. Naruto's voice was gentle despite the violence of the process. The one they built from experience and relationship and love. Not the one you infected them with. Love is weakness. Love is everything. He pulled. The fragment came free in a rush of darkness and screaming. Ancient power that had slept beneath Nazarick for longer than human civilization had existed, ripped from its host in a single catastrophic moment. And Naruto did something unexpected. Instead of destroying it, he compressed it, shaped it, transformed it into something small enough to hold in his hand. A crystalline sphere no larger than a marble, pulsing with contained malevolence. "What are you doing?" Albedo's voice was hoarse from battle. "Destroy it." "I can't. It's too old, too fundamental. Destroying it completely would take power that might destroy us too." He examined the sphere carefully. "But I can contain it. Keep it sealed. Make sure it never threatens anyone again." "You would carry that burden?" Demiurge studied him with new respect. "The entity will never stop trying to corrupt you. Then it'll learn what the rest of you are learning, that I'm too stubborn to corrupt." Naruto tucked the sphere into a pouch at his belt. "Besides, something this old, this powerful, it might be useful someday, if it can be redeemed." "Redeemed?" The sphere pulsed with outrage. "I am older than your species. I will never—" Naruto flicked the pouch. "Quiet, you. We'll talk when you've calmed down." Silence from the sphere. Probably shock. "Lord Naruto?" Mare's small voice broke the moment. "Is it really over?" He looked around the chamber, at the corruption already fading, at the wounded guardians who were somehow still standing, at Narberl who was crying and laughing at the same time while Lupus Regina hugged her. "Yeah." He smiled. "I think it's really over." The restoration of Nazarick took months. Without the fragment's corruption, the tomb's true nature emerged. Not the evil fortress of legend, but something more neutral. A structure that could become whatever its inhabitants chose to make it. They chose to make it a home. Demiurge redesigned the lower floors as meditation spaces and research facilities. Cocytus transformed the prison levels into training grounds for warriors who sought honorable combat. Mare grew gardens where corruption had once festered, filling the depths with life and light. The 7th floor became a community center where Nazarick servants could gather, socialize, pursue interests that had nothing to do with conquest or cruelty. Shaltir organized entertainment nights. Aura ran athletic competitions. Even Seabass contributed, teaching etiquette classes for servants who wanted to interact with the outside world. And the surface floors opened to visitors. Karn Village was first, Enri leading a delegation of farmers who wanted to establish trade relationships with their mysterious protectors. They left with seeds for crops that didn't exist anywhere else in the world, gifts from Mare's new gardens. The Platinum Dragon Lord visited next. His meeting with Naruto lasted 3 days, emerging with the foundation of an actual alliance. The Dragon Lords would recognize Nazarick's sovereignty. In exchange, Naruto promised to help contain any future player arrivals who posed genuine threats. Even the slain theocracy sent envoys, reluctantly with extensive security measures, through channels established by Zeshi's defection. The meetings were tense, but productive. Nobody expected friendship. Everyone hoped for peace. And through it all, relationships deepened. Naruto found Albedo waiting for him after one particularly exhausting diplomatic session. "You look tired." "I feel tired." He slumped against the throne room's wall. 3 hours of negotiating religious doctrine with people who think I might be a demon. Not my favorite way to spend an afternoon. But productive? Maybe. They're at least willing to consider that not all players are threats. He smiled weakly. Only took months of careful relationship building to get that far. "You're changing the world." Albedo moved closer. "Do you realize that? Actually changing how entire civilizations think about power and cooperation." "I'm just doing what I've always done, trying to help people see the best in each other." "And in yourself?" He looked at her. "What do you mean?" "You carry so much, Lord Naruto. The fragment's containment. Everyone's hopes. The weight of being the person we all look to for guidance." She took his hand. "When do you rest? When do you let someone take care of you?" "I'm not really the being taken care of type. Maybe you should try." Her free hand touched his face. "I've had months to think about what I feel for you, to examine it, question it, make sure it's real. And it is real, Naruto. The most real thing I've ever experienced." "Albedo, I'm not asking for everything. Not yet. Just let me be there for you. Let me share some of the burden." She smiled. You taught me that connection makes us stronger. It's time you believed your own lesson. He was quiet for a long moment. Then he pulled her close. I'm scared, he admitted against her hair. I haven't let anyone in like this since Hinata. What if I mess it up? What if I can't be what you need? Then we figure it out together. That's what you keep telling everyone else, right? She held him tighter. No one has to be perfect. We just have to be willing to try. When did you get so wise? I had a good teacher. They stood together in the throne room, two beings from different worlds learning to trust each other. It was terrifying. It was wonderful. It was exactly what they both needed. The final gathering took place on the surface, under a sky full of stars neither Naruto nor the Guardians had names for. Everyone was there. Floor Guardians, Pleiades, servants who'd grown beyond their original programming. Even guests, Enri and Nimue from Karn Village, Zeshi who'd fully integrated into Nazarik's strange family, representatives from the Dragon Lords who'd become genuine allies. They'd built a fire. Nothing magical or elaborate. Just flames from wood, warmth from combustion. Simple and real. Naruto sat with Albedo on one side and Shaltir on the other. The vampire had made her peace with sharing, finding joy in connection rather than possession. Their relationship had become something none of them fully understood but all of them cherished. Aura and Mare sat together, the twins closer than ever after their shared transformation. Demiurge and Cocytus argued good-naturedly about strategy. Seabass served drinks with quiet dignity while Lupus Regina told increasingly outrageous stories that made Narberl, who was learning to laugh, nearly choke on her water. 1 year, Naruto said quietly. That's how long it's been since I woke up here. Feels longer. Albedo leaned against him. And shorter. Time moves strangely when everything keeps changing. In a good way, though? In the best way. She looked up at the stars. I was designed to conquer worlds, to dominate, control, possess. And instead I'm sitting by a fire, surrounded by people I love, feeling happier than I ever knew was possible. Regrets? None. She smiled. Well, maybe one. What? I wish I could tell Tabula, my creator, what I became. Show him that his design wasn't a limitation, just a starting point. Maybe someday you can. Naruto's arm tightened around her. The space between worlds isn't as solid as people think. Who knows what might be possible? Always the optimist. Someone has to be. Shaltir shifted on his other side. Lord Naruto? May I say something? Always. Before you came, I existed. I followed orders, performed duties, experienced moments. But I wasn't alive. Her crimson eyes reflected the firelight. You didn't just change my programming. You woke me up, made me real in ways I didn't know I wasn't. You were always real, Shaltir. You just needed someone to see it. Maybe. But without you, I never would have known that. She rested her head on his shoulder. Thank you. For everything. The fire crackled. Stars wheeled overhead. People laughed and talked and simply existed together. In his pouch, the contained fragment of the heart pulsed with sullen anger. But even its malevolence seemed dimmer somehow, less certain. Perhaps, given enough time, even it might learn. That was Naruto's hope, anyway. He looked around at his family. Biological strangers who'd become closer than blood. Beings designed for darkness who'd chosen light. Enemies who'd become friends. Not perfect. Never perfect. But growing. Changing. Becoming more than they'd been before. That was enough. That was everything. Hey! Aura's voice cut through the peaceful moment. Who wants to race? First one to the 6th floor and back wins. You're on. Naruto was on his feet instantly. Losers buy drinks for a week. My lord, your dignity. Albedo's protest was lost as half the gathering charged after the already sprinting pair. Shaltir laughed and gave chase. Mare followed at a more sedate pace. Even Demiurge, maintaining his composed facade, power-walked toward the tomb's entrance with suspicious speed. Seabass remained by the fire, watching them go with a warm smile. Lord, touch me, he murmured to no one in particular. I wish you could see this. Everything you hoped for, everything you believed in, it's real now, growing, spreading. He looked up at the stars. We're going to be okay. And somewhere, in a realm between worlds, a being who might have been listening smiled. The great tomb of Nazareth stood against the night sky, no longer a fortress of evil, but a beacon of possibility. Inside, people who'd been made as monsters were becoming something else. Outside, a world that had feared them was learning to hope. And at the center of it all, a boy who'd once been alone kept running forward, surrounded by the family he'd built from nothing but love and determination. The story wasn't over. Stories never really end. But this chapter, the one about a wrong god waking up and choosing to be right, had found its conclusion. Everything else was just beginning. Epilogue: 6 months later, the baby dragon sneezed fire and nearly set Mare's garden ablaze. Sorry. The young creature, barely larger than a dog, with scales that couldn't decide between silver and gold, looked mortified. I didn't mean to. It just happens sometimes when I get excited. It's fine. Mare carefully extinguished the smoking flowers. That's why we practice in the fireproof section. I'm the worst dragon ever. The little one's wings drooped. Father says I'm an embarrassment to the lineage. Your father is adjusting. Naruto entered the garden, crouching to meet the young dragon's eyes. Platinum's been alone for a long time. Having a child to raise is new for him. He didn't want a child. I just sort of happened. The best things usually do. Naruto scratched behind the dragon's ear ridges, earning a happy rumble. You're not an embarrassment, Quicksilver. You're exactly what this world needs. A bridge between species. Someone who belongs to both and can help everyone understand each other. You really think so? I know so. He smiled. Now, want to meet the others? Aura's been asking about you. Quicksilver perked up. The fast elf girl? She promised to race me. She keeps her promises. Unlike her master. He winked at Mare, who hid a giggle behind her hand. They walked together through gardens that spread across what had once been corruption. Life thriving where death had ruled. Hope growing where despair had festered. The world was changing. And for once, it was changing for the better.